Old Riley slowly stallion. They caught him and they brought him back. They laid him down in the jailhouse grounds with an iron chain in his neck. Riley's daughter got a message. Her father was going to hang. She rode by night till came the morning with gold and silver in her hand. When the judge saw Riley's daughter, his old eyes in his hand, saying, "Gold will never free your father. The price I do instead." Well, I'm as good as dead, Riley. It is only that he does claim, and my skin would surely fall if he touches you at all. Get on your horse. Oh, Father, you will surely die if I don't take a chance to try and pay the price and not take your advice for this reason. I have to say, the gallows shadow shook me. The midnight hound about me. In the night the clouds fall. In the night the clouds fall. The next morning as she had woken, she found that the judge had never spoken. She saw that hanging branch of heaven. She saw her father's body broken. There needs be 7 curses on the judge, so true that one doctor cannot save him, that 2 healers cannot heal him, and that 3 eyes cannot see him, that 4 ears cannot heal him, that 5 wolves cannot hide him, that 6 figures cannot bear him, and that 7 deaths that 7 deaths. They were hiding behind the hay bale. They were planting in the full moon. They had given all they had for something new. But the light of day was on them. They could see the thrasher coming, and the water shone like diamonds. diamonds in the dew. I was just getting up hit the road before it's late. Trying to catch an hour on the sun. When I saw those slashes roll by, looking more than 2 lanes wide, I had that feeling like the day had just begun. Where the evil lines descending, there's an ancient riverbed down the timeless gorge of changes where sleeplessness awaits. I searched out my companion, we were lost in crystal canyons where the aimless flow of silence slashed the pearly gates. And I knew I had enough when my credit card was due. Headed out to where the pavement turns to sand. With the one-way ticket to the land of truth and my suitcase in my hand. How I lost my friends, I still don't understand. They had the best protection. They were poisoned with protection. There was nothing that they needed and nothing left behind. They were lost in rock formation, or became park bench mutations. On the sidewalks and in the stations, they were waiting. But I got bored and left them there, and they were just dead weight to me. Better down the road without that road. It was back the time when I was 8 or 9. I was watching my RSTV. Guys had reran Canyon Rescue episode. Where the tortured clouds descended, there's an asphalt highway bending through life real museums, galaxies, stars, and the windy halls of friendship. As the roads live by the open, their motel of lost companions waits with heated food. Me, I'm not stopping there, got my own road left to go. Just another line in the field of time. The flasher comes, I'll be stuck in the sound. I behind the stores shut, and I know the time has come to get what's mine. I give thee all, I can no more, the more the offering me. My heart and lift are all the store that I can do to thee. whose gentle song reveals the soul of the world. And then for a heart that feels much more than can tell. Though love and song may fail, alas, to keep life's clouds away, at least to make them lighter pass or fill them if they stay. And even if care at moments flings a discord o'er life's happy sway, oh, let love but gently touch us, twill be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch us, twill be sweet again. Greetings, friends. How you doing? Or greetings, greens, as I wrote in chat. There's Spoonerism there. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing better than all right. But well, I guess that's down to you. That's for you to know. And well, maybe for us to find out how exactly we are doing in any context whatsoever, because it's all mad as mad can be. I think we'll all agree we're certainly down the rabbit hole. David Weiss told us, and David Weiss made it on, funny enough, to Alex Jones's, right? And, well, I mean, what do you want to say about that? It's not all set up. Come on, Alex Jones, isn't it funny? What's in a name? When we arrived in Conspiracy Land, me, it was 2010. I'd never heard of Alex Jones before that, and I was thrown in the deep end with him, and lots of very pertinent topics, considered for the absolute first time. So he's the sort of the main gateway into Conspiracy Land. But isn't it funny? He called his whole platform. I'm not sure if it's his television or his internet show, but his conspiracy forum anyway is certainly called Prison Planet. So isn't that funny? It's like Quantum Eraser, you know, John Stuchnik or whatever his name is, whatever he says his name is anyway, the guy we don't get to see, right, but who brings quantum mechanics along with him. He's so certain, right? He's overturning everything regarding spinning ball thinking. But he's so confident that he creates an account and he brings quantum mechanics, the basics, the basis, the fundamentals at this stage of spinning ball and beyond thinking. So isn't it funny that these things are there from the start, as if these people know, right? And of course, look, we know. This is the whole point. We have to come to know who's playing their part in all of this. And I'll get into a couple of things later on. Just nothing planned really, but just I'm going to redo a bit of reading. I'm going to read a short story for you, and I'm also going to go to a link that I touched on the last time, and I very short as well. I'm going to take 5-10 minutes to read, but very very important, and especially some of the things I have to add to it as well. So that's the Stanley Kubrick fake death with the director of 9/11. On the back of that, started thinking about how many other flat earthers have been talking about the 9/11 media and victim hoax, right? And it was a severe shortage, and I'll get into that in a bit. Let me just get the song out of the way. The first song, Bob Dylan's song, 7 Curses. Probably went a bit heavy on it. I've just been out busking. Well, not just been out. I've been out busking earlier on, I've been doing quite a bit of that. Actually, I don't mind what money I made. I mean, today, for instance, I made €6, so that's grand. But it's just good to just sing out loud anyway. But yeah, Seven Curses, probably not meant to be sang that way. It's a sadder, slower song, but yeah, everything has to be loud when you're busking, right? So Bob Dylan song, and if you haven't heard it, go listen to the original, and I hope it came across to be reasonably okay here. At the bottom said 64, 64 HH in hand, which runs throughout history, or our history, however we want to, I guess, evaluate it and re-evaluate it anyway. What does it mean? I mean, I've said so many times, I say to myself as well, you don't know who, what, where, when, why, or how you are, but we're learning, and ultimately, is this the purpose of our venture into this experience? Definitely think so. Definitely, absolutely, certainly think so, because there's so many, just too many clues put there. There's too many clues put there, and as I've said so many times, it could be at the end of the day that we're still going to be spit roasted, right, by a bunch of demons. That's our fate. That's our destiny. But they fucking put those clues there then, just to wind you up. I guess maybe to drain you of that extra energy, right? So you spot the clues and you make your way through some of them. I mean, on an individual basis, I'm talking about, because the clues are there for everyone, right? Arya Stark being the lead character in Game of Thrones, Tony Stark is Iron Man, FE Man, Flat Earth Man. There's something else going on here. Once again, it's all about context. Super at Star IBS. Come on, all of these things, when combined, then the probabilities become enormous that they're not connected in some significant way. And well, when the context is there, then the connections will make themselves apparent everywhere, I should think, because the story is interwoven with our very being, right? Our very being. So I'm having a few cans today. Let's say Shalom, cheers. So the first song, Seven Curses. Second song, sung by Neil Young, The Thrasher. Probably didn't do it justice there. Once again, if you haven't heard it and you sort of like how it went, go on YouTube and listen to the original. Neil has a harmonica going as well, and just do yourself a favor. Excellent song. I credit it to him, as in he wrote it, but apparently he didn't. And we talked about that on a few occasions before. But there's lots encoded within that song, as there is within pretty much all songs at this stage of artists who make it to a certain stage or level. Anyway, yeah, third time, a heart and lute. You know the story about that one, and I hope you enjoyed them. Now, I'll shortly go into chat and welcome, say hello to everybody. Anyone who wants to come in for a conversation, actually, give me about, because I'm going to read a couple of things, so about a half an hour. So maybe 9:45 or 9:45. Here it was, it's 10:15 here in the evening, and yeah, give me about a half an hour. You're welcome. I can just add you, so there's no risk. Still take the risk when I still take the precaution when I'm sharing screen, just to move the link off center a bit. I can copy it down. But as I give out the link, I know who I gave it to, and then I have to clear them to appear and to just chat openly like the Google Hangouts. So why Google couldn't have done that? Of course, well, they could have, and yeah, much heartache caused. That's a pretty nasty feeling, like when someone hijacks your channel and suddenly you're talking about. I remember that night actually, my PGA channel was hijacked. That was a fucking great hangout as well, honestly. And I tried to replicate some of the things on the Pete Shea Encore channel, but it didn't come across the same way. I just that night particularly, sort of not inspired, right? Because you're just equating reality to the story that's been told. And that night, for instance, I decoded the Jesuit sun. Everything go back to ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? The Jesuit sun. ARI-STAR-CHUS we can see in its reflective form on the moon. But again, all the craters. The moon is the greatest blueprint in existence, greatest in inverted commas natural blueprint in existence, because you're looking at the same thing from every possible magnification perspective, angle, lots of overlapping and sort of confusion thrown in the mix. But once we unravel it, then it becomes the greatest blueprint in existence. And yeah, that night when the channel was porn bombed, P. Mars said it was Sean G, and I asked Sean G. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone on to talk to him a few times. Sean, I may be small up there, but I'm big down here. G. That's like Judy said to me. Maybe small up there, but I'm big down here. I said, fair enough, Sean. But yeah, P. Mars told me Sean G. Porn bombed it. Sean G said it wasn't him. He had a sock account around. So, but who knows? I mean, all these people are acting their part, and yeah, it's a pretty shitty feeling. But that same night, he had decoded the Jesuit sun, the IHS, some of the other things, the all-seeing eye as well, because I pointed out where it can be seen. The all-seeing eye is everywhere. ARI-STAR-CHUS is everywhere. That's why when we go to the Oculus mosaic, we have an eye in the center. I mean, I talked about all of this stuff ages and ages ago, and I knew it would never grow out of significance, right? Because these are places we've been pointed to. But yeah, that night, yeah, decoded that amongst many other things. It's all connected with the same sort of Masonic G as well, the square and compass. So everything has a dual sort of connection, external to the external world and then internal as well. So this is where the dodo comes into things. And well, the do divided by do. I meant to play Dimash last week, so maybe I'll get around to that this week. And if I get a copyright in it, so be it. It's for purely educational purposes. So I might actually line it up to play that in a break. Right? That's what I'll do now, just so I won't forget that. And if I get a copyright in it, well, kiss my Irish ass, right? When Irish asses are kissed. When Irish asses are kissing. Right, let me just, because I forget it otherwise. Here we go. Yeah. And what's it called? SOS, right? D'entrée en détresse. And let me bring that up. Yeah, I want to want the subtitles, so that'd be the first one. Okay, and 2016, I believe this came out as well. So the anthem of our time. So when it does come on, I urge you to pay attention. But I'll urge you, the reason I mentioned that, I'd urge you to pay especial attention to the last words chosen for the anthem of our times, right? And you'll understand why it might be the anthem of our times, right? When you hear it, when you get through. So it's 5 minutes 22, which, funny enough, adds up to yeah, 52 tonight. No, what was I saying there? 5 times 22 is 110. 110 stories for the two twin towers. I'll be talking about that a bit later on, and I'll be reading you a fascinating article. Pretty much, so that goes back to 2015. So he mentions a few things as if they're new, but I mean, I was definitely considering things way back in 2011, 12, all that sort of in that sort of time period. I was considering some of the things he says that weren't considered, but I'll talk about that a little bit more. The question I'll ask you is regarding 9/11. How many flat earthers are talking, making a big deal about the 9/11 media hoax, media and victim hoax that it was? So someone was telling me today about Osama bin Laden's son apparently been shot dead. I don't follow any news anymore. I just don't, neither on the mainstream here. Just turn off radios whenever I hear it. Same with televisions or even on the internet news here. I don't bother with anything. There's nothing you can trust. You'll go with yourself at this stage. That's what I say to anyone listening out here. You have all the information in your brain at this stage, right? So now it's just a matter of putting it together. And you have to do that, nobody else. You know, you listen to who you listen to, you get pieces of information from where you get pieces of information. There's clues everywhere. And Mark Sargent told us that with his clues, right? You're always meant to see through the act that he was playing because he told you that he was inspired by the clues almost overnight. And he just popped them out. He farted them out, like, and he hasn't varied one iota pretty much since. So yeah, you've always been led to think deeper about these things. And well, for me, the answer is within all of us, right? At this stage, especially, we well into the conspiracy world thinking, and we've considered and come across lots of different, various and sundry different pieces of information. Once we have the context right now, Flat Earth provides at least a solid context, but a beginning foundation. But after that, then of course, is a massive Earth is not flat. Interesting correlation. What does words mean? Well, Earth is chosen for the name of our home, right? The realm, the structure itself. Well, that's another matter, right? Earth is attached to the spinning ball Earth. So because we think we deal in pictures, like our words would craft a picture. For instance, aardvark, you just pictured an aardvark in your brain because you associate these things automatically. So when Earth is mentioned, and then this big blue marble in space is marble as well. M-A-R-B-L-E or B-L-E. B-L-E. Why is the Jewish God El? El is devil, right? What does the L represent? This is what I've been considering just for myself, and some very interesting things because it ties in with monolith as well, actually. But that's a different matter. Yeah, blue marble. Yeah, so that picture is associated with Earth. So we say, no, that's not real. So that's erased. Now we paint some sort of picture. Is Earth something? You have to decide whether Earth is something. So if it's something, well, then what is it? You know, or what could it be? This is where all the questioning begins. You find, well, these are the tough questions, isn't it? These are the tough questions. But we want to know. I want to fucking know. What good is it for me to come to know what isn't, to come away from the lies and still be stuck in no man's land? What good is that? What's the purpose then of all of this? The purpose of my mind. You know. Yeah, so there is a greater purpose, and one of the things that I, for the longest times, carried with me, understanding this is a game of clues. So if they're faking shit, left, right, and center, what exactly are they cooperating in? Whoever they are, right? We're led into Illuminati, the Rothschilds, all of the dark powers, the 12 families, all of this sort of stuff. And needless to say, there is a higher overarching power, the hidden hand. Well, yeah, we're talking about that. We'll be with Jimbo. It's Jimbo's in the chat, I think. Well, I shouldn't say I think because I know you're there, so because I saw your name. So yeah, another thing. But you might have been there a few minutes ago, not there now. But yeah, hidden hand. What does that represent? You know, what exactly is in play here? And this comes back to the question of, well, what is Earth as well, and what is going on? But in the earliest times, I realized that it was a game, and lots of interwoven clues through many of the greater exposures we have, you know, to information. And yeah, well, this is just some guy speaking here. That's all it is. Just speaking out where I've come from, and well, where I'm at now. And like, I'd be sure this what I'm going to play in the interval, the mash won't mean much to many, but it fucking means a lot to me. It means a lot to me, and ultimately, you know, well, everything comes back to me. I can't sort of project outside myself and put myself into someone else's mind or shoe. I can't do that. So that's my fundamental basic starting point, that whatever this life is, and that's why I call it the great game of life. Whatever the difficulties we experience, whatever our thoughts on the difficulties, there's a greater puzzle interwoven within the narrative here. And look, you might think I'm kidding, right? I haven't been kidding for the longest of times. When I discovered the significance of the dodo in relation to flat Earth, and got to understand, well, about giant trees, etc., and this divided state that we're under now, then, you know, that's how we get the truth. We read the story. So according to the story, 1598 is year one for us. It's an amazing, for us I'm talking about, in this earth, in its pretty much current state, whatever that may be as well. Um, I know the mud floods in Limerick here. I was talking again, the same guy, Charlie's his name. He's a friend of Connor next door. We talked to Connor a few times, and yeah, he talks about under a lower level that everything now is just built on top of other things, and there's evidences throughout the city that show this as well. So I'm pretty much aware of that, and especially going back to maybe 1890s, I think something catastrophic happened, and then the rebuild started in the 1890s. But I think there are minor variations, you know, or secondary occurrences. The massive transformation was 1598 when the dodo was discovered, right? So we had a changing face of the land. ARI-STAR-CHUS was decapitated. So the changing face of the land, and well, here we are. Here we are. Or are we do we go back to the beginning? Do we just keep reincarnating into a different form? I mean, why not? I don't know. I don't know. Do we just have one experience? And an interesting area to discuss as well for the Bible literalists. Not particularly, but it's just an interesting area. I hold it now. I mean, we're eternal. We're eternal, and whatever we're going through is an experience. And we're brought it back to, we're either forced into this or we consent into this. I certainly don't hold that I was created at birth. I certainly don't hold that because I told you that so many times. I remember coming into consciousness, if you want to put it like that. And it turns out I was in a pram, and the only way I could be in that pram is if it was a very early stage, as my mother tells me, right? And I remember almost popping my eyes open and just looking up into the corner of a room and thinking in my brain, where am I? What's going on? Exactly those thoughts. Where am I? What's going on? What's going on? Exactly my thoughts. And I've had other experiences about thoughts, you know, in very early ages that it couldn't be. You're not just a dumb bag of shit, bag of stuff, bag of shit, bag of miracle, right? No. We're sort of, we come from somewhere else. That's what I'm trying to say. And I mean, it's upon these foundations that my thinking proceeds, my being proceeds. These new foundations, of course, beforehand, I was, yeah, well, that's pretty much the scientific view, isn't it? When we arrive at the coming together of our parents at the point of our conception, then we come into being, and we live a toil-free life, usually around the 80-year mark or whatever. You pop your clogs, and that's the end of you, kiddo. So you're obliterated again. Very similar in a sense to the whole Bible literalist, I'm going to say, position. Because I was actually talking to somebody, as I mentioned in the last show, and well, she was saying that's exactly the case. So we come into being, and when we're born, then we have 80 years to work out good from bad, right from wrong, or and you know, you have two choices: you go to heaven or you go to hell. And I was going, man, are they the only two choices? Can you not go back to obliteration? So if you didn't exist before, can you not just go back to not existing afterwards? Oh no, she really got to sort of, that's not a choice. You go to heaven or hell. That's a pretty cruel. That's a pretty cruel challenge. Then we're faced with, isn't it? Really, although nothing much happens in life most of the time, but that's a pretty cruel and hefty challenge we're all faced with. If those are the two only options, heaven or hell. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a whole lot more to the story, and everything is stemming from these new sort of foundations. But once again, you know, just some guy here talking to a computer. That's all it is, sharing these thoughts. But all of this connects, you know, and it connects all of us. You know, we've all made our way to flat Earth and beyond. Maybe I'm not sure about that. How many people have moved beyond? If you don't understand by now, the whole arena is set up, absolute whole arena. So it brings me back. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but I want you to think about yourself. The number of flat earthers who've talked constantly, consistently, because you have to talk consistently about it. It's such a massive event, 9/11, about the 9/11 media and victim fakery extravaganza that it was. A few jump out, right? I know you're thinking of, and I'll mention that later on. I'll mention the role that he plays. You're thinking of IPS, so I'll mention. I mention now that everything is reversed. So what do you get if you turn IPS in reverse? So I get into a few things. So I'll do that first. That's what I think I'll do, and then I'll read a short story. And the only reason I'm reading the short story is because, well, Saturn and Jupiter and how it connects with Stanley Kubrick as well. So they're coming back into focus as well. When it came to my back this is a couple of years ago, right? So I was like doing a lot of comparison, bringing up high definition images and comparing this to that. So I sort of fallen out of that. So I haven't done that in a long time. But when it came to the planets, I noticed the pattern, and as I said the last time, when we're looking at the moon, let's say in comparison to looking at, you can just go back to my channel. I think it's Venus I compared it to, but I got a grasp on what we're looking at, and that's at the point when ARI-STAR-CHUS was there, all right, but it wasn't reinforced. And once I got to 2 planets, I think I went to 3, even 4. I just superficially looked over 4, but I saw the same pattern being expressed. And just to narrow it down, I have to go in sort of memory as well. To narrow it down, what I thought at the time was, all you're doing is this: you're looking at the moon as a sort of a zoom down, and then you're just zooming in on the particular issue, because everything is fractal as well. It gives the illusion of, well, everything is illusion, right? But whatever illusion it gives, anyway, that was my conclusion on it. So the further out the planet, the more you sort of zoomed in on a certain spot, and it took up a greater area. So that was my conclusion, but I left it there. But I always did recognize that, how am I going to, not how am I going to, it's not about who am I going to do it. You know, I could write 5 books and all this. If I lived to 80, maybe that's, well, who knows. But I could write that number of books and all of this, and I could do a whole hell of a lot more of research on it. But that's the one thing I meant to get back to, and maybe it's pertinent now, time-wise, that I'm getting back to it right about now. Especially, well, Stanley Kubrick never goes out of significance, and if it's a greater game of clues where we're encouraged to follow, well, no greater characters will be at the forefront than Stanley Kubrick, right? The Beatles, mentioned that. Well, when it comes to Flat Earth, Mr. and Mrs. Flat Earth, Mark Sargent, Prepper, and Patricia Magical Mystery Tour. You know, so I get into that in a minute. I'll jump into chat and say hello. Any need for any wrenches, or anyone who wants to come into for a chat, more than welcome. Give me I said half an hour, 15 minutes ago, but yeah, you know the way it goes. How you doing, Jennifer? How you doing? Good stuff. Good stuff. How you doing? Irving, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bud. Right. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, we talked about that the last time. Okay, yeah. I was actually thinking about that today as well. Thinking about the theta, how we transform the capital H into the theta, Irving. Right. So yeah, you're getting into details there. And look, you know the story. We're on our own in this once you get to that level. But yeah, pi, very important. TT. That was your old Irving. That was your screen name, TT. And of course, did you do it purposefully? Tell me in chat here, did you do it purposefully, knowing that TT together give you the symbol for pi, capital T, capital T? How you doing? Skyfly Bry, you little shit bag. Sly Fried Brain, as they call you. You're playing your role as well, Brian. And well, what do you know? That's what I say. How you doing, Jed? What do you know? Jed, you came out with some of your Masonic teasers, right? So I guess, what do you know? Do you know what each other's know? I think you have to know what each other knows. I'm going to talk about 9/11 media and victim hoax. You definitely know about that. You know the Earth is flat, but you know that the Earth is not flat, right? Because the Earth has not been described yet. Flat Earth is like saying, let me think of an appropriate. Well, I've said it before, right? So Earth is flat in the same way that the stump of a recently felled tree is flat. And that's in only one particular way, right? Sorry, no, yeah, not the stump. So obviously the stump is flat, but there's more to it. So if you would describe Earth flat, well, then you're just describing the flat surface of the top of the tree stump as being the whole thing. So that can't wash. So that's how I think they can get away with their sort of double speak, right? And it's a crafty sort of tool that they use, and that's the way I look upon it. That's the only. They're all in cooperation, right? So Jed here, for instance, if you don't know Jed, you know, you've been involved from the start. Skyfly Brian from the start. You probably all do your duty on conspiracy forums as well, defending official stories. It's a full-time job for people. So Jed, well, your ancestors from Limerick. We could be distant relatives, mate. Well, who gives a fuck, man? What does that mean? What does that mean? If I'm relative, I mean, if I'm related to you, I'm related to everybody. Doesn't matter. You share blood, so what? So what? I mean, what makes a man these days, Jed? Why don't you do it? I charge you, Skyfly Bri. Tell the truth for once. Write something truthful but meaningful. You can make it a little bit cryptic if you like, but I challenge you to do it, Brian. I challenge you to do it as well, Jed. I challenge you to write something truthful and meaningful, but maybe in a cryptic manner. You know, do it. Help your fellow man out, because you know more than what you let on. What exactly that is, I don't know. As I've said so many times, in one sense, you can be viewed as enemies of mankind. There's a certain heaviness over the city here and over people. There's lots of fucking pain and suffering going on, and you know, people employed to carry official stories. Well, what side are you going to be put on? Who are you going to run to? I mean, assuming that maybe you're not doing it for the best of motivations, but I don't hold that that's a judgment. Anything is possible. I grant you all. Fuck it. I mean, I say to myself, you know, nothing is as it seems, because there's a cooperation going on here. These people could be acting for the very best of motivations, the very best intentions behind what they do. So the least I can do, all I can do, is point out deception. And as I say so many times, we're always meant to see through the deception and move further on in our own investigation. So that's where. No, man, that's insignificant. And actually, now that you mention that wolf, I can put you on to a girl. I was actually thinking about Aileen today. They're the Wolf family from. I can put you on to a connection that you might want to look up. There'll definitely be a direct connection. I went to school with Aileen. She was in my class year all the way up. My class all the way up. So her name is Aileen Wolf, and she's from I think it's Cracklow in Limerick. So if you want, maybe not, maybe she's in Clare, maybe 6 Mile Bridge. She could be from 6 Mile Bridge in Clare or Cracklow in Limerick. So one or the other. So Aileen Wolf and family. Definitely probably relations if you were there. So very close in Limerick, Jed. So you're welcome. No worries. I'm talking about some of the stuff that you might know, you know, that you're charged with keeping secret. Sort of stuff. Yeah, it was spelled exactly the same. Wolfe. Aileen Wolf and her sister as well. And Aileen is on Facebook actually, because I know that. I think I was friends with her for a while when I started Facebook, but maybe not too much. But definitely she's in the same class. But anyway, not to go on about that. Paul Curran, how you doing, Paul? Let me just, everything is as it should be. It's a test to be passed or failed, and the elites are only playing their own bad guy. It's never in a stone. All right, Paul, I like that. I mean, not that I like that. Not that I like that. That's why I say we can view the elites as this sort of monstrous entity, if we like. But I mean, you don't know whether that's the case or not. As I pointed out, all I can know is that there's deception at play. I don't think about the elites too much because, well, anything that's presented to us as an elite is bound not to be right. And as I realize as well, as part of the realization that there's a greater game in play here, everything comes back to me and to us, right, to us as individuals. There's the process of our own learning, however you want to put it. But yeah, that's certainly the other side of the coin, Paul, right? But it's tough, and I certainly like this veil lifted that I sense around the city here, but in general as well. I mean, this arena is pretty toxic. It is pretty toxic. There's low levels of truth around, and as I've said many times, when you come to just sometimes state the obvious, you're sort of ostracized. There's a sort of division, divide and conquer mentality set up. Again, all within the game. But yeah, are you with the flat earthers? Are you with the ball earthers? So any concerns you have within the flat earth, within your own grouping, put it like that. Well, you can't really air it too much because you'll be pounced upon, and devoured in a sense if you let yourself. But yeah, so it's pretty disheartening all around. But there is a greater story, and that's what I started off saying, Paul, just before I went into to read the links that I was going to read, that at this stage we have to be understanding or coming at it from that point of view. And even once the clues are all met, or once progress is made towards the clues, well, once everything comes to its finale, we might still be destined to be roasted, pit roasted by demons. But so be it, so be it. What else? Right, that's all right, man. Look, yeah. The best things about these hangouts now these days is just to chat. Go and talk to someone and chat. I mean, but the thing is with you, Jed, don't waste your time. Anyone here who's not, what do you call it, familiar with Jed, skeptic here, don't waste your time. You won't get any truth, but you might get a bouncing board and learn something by what he won't say or something like that. But I would sort of save my energies if I was you and not get involved. But yeah. There's much greater things to be talking about here, and Jed's job is to misdirect you anyway. PJ, or well, I'm not saying that as well. You have some excellent videos out, so it's what the individual can learn, but we know the information is tainted in one sense anyway. PJ Irving says Tesla Truth is from a campaign to spread the word. Tesla 369 is an unsourced code. It didn't work. Okay. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Well, you can see now that TT is actually pi as well, right? Irving, I think you recognized that before. So that's I know the other pi has a little curl in it, like, but it's fundamentally the same. When you put a capital T next to a capital T. Hang on, I think, can I type on screen here? I should be able to type on. Can I put my own comment on screen? Oh, I can, yeah. That's what I can do. I can show my own comment. So I just typed. There you go. What's that? We're dealing with mathematics. Well, that's pi, isn't it? Oh, I like my Dodo picture here. I like the StreamYard is. I'm looking at the logo here, and is it something to do with DuckDuckGo? It probably has. DuckDuckGo is an alternative to alternative search engine. So yeah, I wonder is there any catch in all of this? I haven't spotted any so far. Anyway, Tell us what you think of 9/11. Not Jed. Don't worry about it, man. You're part of the acting troupe, so yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about um, pandering here. Yeah, forget about it. I'll not be getting involved there. I just gave you a big. If you have ancestors in the Limerick area, Aileen Wolf. That you'll thank me for that in years. So you don't need to say anymore. But Aileen Wolf, she was in my class, and definitely a very very unique name. So the chances are that you're more definitely related to her than to me. So yeah, Proficient Pirate, how you doing, man? Did you say you did wanted to come on? Well, man, if you want to come on for a chat in about a half an hour, excellent. I'll send you the link and let me know if you want to leave it for another time. That's cool as well. A little bit of reading and just see how it goes. Yeah, so you're more than welcome to do that. All right, Brian, no worries. Anyone require any wrenches or anything? I mean, generally no wrenches on flat Earth, but Proficient Pirate, nice one, bud. Well, your birthday, um, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Rough age. Well, you might as well give out your. I'm 47, right? So, what birthday are you celebrating? And if you're celebrating, are you out right now? And you take the day off or something? No, I don't want that. Jed writes, well, not tonight anyway, man. Not tonight. If I asked you about 9/11, if I said to you about 9/11 being a media victim hoax, right? How would you respond to that? You know, I know you have I know you have heard the possibility, and I know you have the brain sort of curiosity to look into it. So you know, I know you're going to skirt away from it as well and say, well, I probably haven't looked into it. I know there's a problem, but I haven't looked into it too much. So, you know, I'm sort of gone beyond that. That's years and years ago at this stage. But no, don't worry about that. No, we can talk some other time, man, if you want. We can talk some other time, not tonight though. Yeah, I mean that would be an idea as well. I get some real information out of you, man. I put you on the spot, and look, if you're going to come on here and claim to be an honest man, I'm going to hold you to that because I'll tell you now, right here, you know, whatever. I consider myself to be an honest man, so you can hold me to that as well. I'm responsible for everything I think, say, and do. I'm aware of that responsibility at this stage. So anyway, I'm not gonna. Good stuff, man. I'm not gonna spend much. Good stuff, Proficient Pirate. 29, honest to God. That's shit. That's amazing. So what I'm gonna do now is I don't like starting to saying much about birthdays only because I've missed my son's birthday for the last 4 years anyway. So I don't, you know, make it too much of a big deal for anyone else. You know, anyway. But what I'll do is a little break, and I know you're interested in all of this stuff as well. PP, I'll just call you PP, right? And maybe we come out for a chat. We can sort of go by first names, but I know you're interested, and you're sort of um, seeing beyond the basics anyway. So I'm going to dedicate the next song to you. Well, it's to all of us. First of all, this is my reckoning on this. It's the anthem of our times. Like the 9/11, the movie was the greatest blockbuster of our age. Well, first of all, the greatest symbolic event of our age. Well, this is. Yeah, I think in one sense it's the parting glass, right? The illusion is shattered. So we're coming to find out the truth that matters, and that'll come back to the truth of our own burden themselves. So that's what I'll do. I'll take that break now, and I will devote this song to you. I didn't get a chance to go up through the what do you call it? The usual. the people. Welcome to everybody. Let me just. I'll go back to that and let me share my screen to play this. Okay. I'm just wondering, when I share my screen, I can go on mute, can't I? So I think the screen will still play. Okay. So pay attention here, and you'll understand why I say that. That it's the anthem of our times, and you'll understand with the theme of the song and the performance especially. Pay attention to the subtitles. Lots to pay attention to here. The title itself, SOS, Jesus is SUS. So what's the distinction between SUS and SOS? Right? SOS is an emergency call. Why is that? When we talk about you take the O and you twist the O, you get the 8, right? The lemniscate, which is the sign for the infinity, right? Outside, right? So when you divide the 8, but then you get the S and the S, right? Mass, the basis of the religious and the physical world, MASS is SS. Right? Us, I was just thinking about that today. Us is US, right? So is, when we're saying the sword is IS. So I am this divided state. But Dimash is the name, and let me share a screen. Okay. Oh yeah, I can share the audio, isn't it? So I just need to click the box in the corner. Let me see the application window. Yeah, okay, that's cool. So what? Okay, before I play it, so hopefully that should be just coming up there. Excellent, excellent. So before I play it, this is, I tell you this, right? This is not monetized. My channel isn't, so it's not for any benefit other than sort of educational enlightenment. So we pay attention to don't even need to put the subtitles already on there. So we'll pay attention to, well, actually, PP, if you're having a drink at the minute now, or depending on where you are or whatever, if you have the opportunity just to sit back in a chair, light a joint or something, and smoke it up, or just a quiet surrounding, and just listen more. So you don't have to read the lyrics; you can go back to them later on. Listen to the song and the performance and the delivery. And yeah, I'll, what do you call? Put on full screen here for you. And I will blast it up actually full. Yeah. All right. Just see what. Yeah, that should be loud enough. Okay. So yeah, enjoy PP and everybody else. Here we go. Automatic for the people. Shit. I haven't thought about that album in ages, right? Well, friends. And now I've heard it many times. If you haven't heard that before, um, well, you can see now. I mean, that is an out of this world performance, and I'm certain that guy has to be a transgender, but not certain as well. I don't know. I don't know, but I've heard lots of different coaches, voice coaches, just reacting to Dimash Kudeberg, Dimash Kudeberg. Here we can see it in the corner. Look, and so even the top worldwide professional voice coaches like are in awe of this performance. But for me, more than the performance, well, it's the whole theme, right? And SOS done en détresse. If you don't speak French, I guess that's okay. You can easily get a translation, but I'll just bring your attention to the last words chosen. I could get away with translating these. I can speak French to a certain degree. Here we go now. So the last words. So this is the whole point. There's no copyright claim can be entertained here. This is the whole purpose of playing this song is for the last words of the parting thought, right, and the significance of it. And I certainly place massive significance in it because I understand what story is being told through the non-existent dodo bird. And it's not even the bird itself, it's the letters themselves. But here we have in French in a different language. Dodo, l'enfant d'eau. sleep child, sleep it translates as, but we notice the DODO transforms to after sleep DO, which is, well, like, there's no symbol for theta. Let me keep it. So yeah, happy birthday, PP, and I hope you enjoyed that. Jesus, I mean, incroyable, complètement. But yeah, the Earth and the Tress, well, we've outgrown the literal, and we've been encouraged at every step to outgrow the literal. So yeah, let me go back into. I better stop sharing, so because I haven't actually. Let me bring up the main YouTube here. So 7 million views as well. This is not just a minor thing, right? And that's just a national thing. It's an international affair, and yeah, that's significant. It's well, fundamentally everything is flat Earth related, but okay, I don't see my. Oh, I do. No, nice one at the top. I didn't realize it there. I reckon I'm getting a copyright strike for that, but I'll just cut it out anyway. So yeah, let me see if this one. Okay, stream suspended. Ah, nice. Okay, that's not too bad. So let me. Ah, okay. So it just how long has it been up for? The minute they recognized the song itself, is that? The song seems to have played. So okay, okay. Let me stop sharing here. Just to. So that's cool. You got to hear it anyway. Let me just see if that goes back in full screen here. There's yeah, there's about 10-second delay, so that's grand. All right, okay. Well, I mean, that's probably doing me a favor in one sense, isn't it? Yeah, that's well, that is pretty weird now. But as I say, I sort of might have expected a copyright, and all you have to do is just cut out the offending aspects, especially since it's non-monetized, so you don't get any strike or anything. So I was willing to risk that, and if that came through, PP, maybe it was meant to be, right? So maybe you should pay a little bit more attention, maybe to that song. I encourage everybody to just from sheer pleasure listen to it, but you sort of evaluate it as well. Well, everything in flat earth turns. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Globe theater is at an end, and yeah, we know what isn't. Don't get stuck on what isn't. That's what everyone is stuck on, and you're sort of encouraged to be stuck on that. but don't get stuck there. We need to focus our attentions on what actually is, right? Do you think that's important in any sense, way or fashion? I reckon it is. So I should go back and say, so before I go into reading what I'm going to read, let me go back into the chat and just, yeah. What was the point? Marve says, Marve, what was the point of what? I'm not sure. If you want to, what do you call that? I'll put the. Let me put the link in the chat as well. Hang on. Let me put the link in chat and. Okay. Everything has to be owned, right? Something has no value if there's no money attached to it. That's horrible, isn't it? Absolutely horrible. Money. Yeah, there's the link. Just in case you fancy a re-listen, and you definitely should do yourself a favor. Yeah, what's the point? I don't know if you're referring to the why he was playing that. The point is, it's the anthem of our age. The Globe Theatre is at an end, and there we have a song that's delivered impeccably, out of in and out of really out of this world. And that's impossible. What that young man is after achieving there vocally. The voice of an angel, compared to, and the real nature of this realm we find ourselves in, and what sort of powers or principalities are in play. These are the bigger questions. Lady on X, how you doing? You say, my husband was watching a video today about how YouTube won't will block streams if using certain words. Insane. Really? Shit. I mean, I've never been censored at all. I've never, and I talk about some pretty hot potatoes. Certainly do, yeah. I'm going to be talking about some hot potatoes soon as well. So I'm not sure about all the fear porn. We've certainly been said and led, and make of it what you will. Make of it what you will, I guess. It's easy to go either way, isn't it? Or to not know which way to go at all. But what words are you talking about, I guess? It's all theater. It's everything is fucking theater. So it's what we make of the theater. But what words could be so offensive? Holocaust or something? I mean, is that still in play? I mean, when you think about it in terms of illegalities, well, surely everything to do with Holocaust denial would be up for censorship, not just in terms of legalities alone, but I wonder what words are on the list. I think it's more fear porn. I don't think it works like that at all. But some my own thoughts. They're cracking down on flat Earth. Yeah, Tom. I mean, shit. It is a bit worrying because not only to say for us flat earthers, if you have a video on that's relating to flat earth from some flat earth contributor, then if you have autoplay on, the next fucking 10 videos are all mainstream science and brainwashing aspects to that. So, I mean, how are you going to combat that? But look at it in a different sense. Not one person was talking to. Yeah, of course I was talking to people today about flat Earth and roared out like I did the last time. I didn't tell you that, did I? Was it yesterday? Yeah, there was a parking. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, there was what do you call it, a parking attendant came up on the main road just where there's playing some songs, and you're supposed to give your man 5 minutes anyway because he could go down to the shop nearby just to get some parking tickets. Although the guy was on 2 yellow lines, but even still, it's all a con anyway, right? He works for a corporation. These streets are the streets of Limerick, and owned by the people, and everybody's been fooled into registering their vehicle as a commercial. Commercial property, a commercial vehicle, right? And well, the fraud is exposed, so you know what you do. But I let him have it. I let him have it in more ways than one as well. And of course, then I wouldn't say I was screaming as well, but certainly was. You could hear me right across the road. And I was talking, that's how fucking stupid they made us, right? That they make us think it's natural to think that people in Australia right now standing upside down, you know. So that's the last. What do you call it? But I did talk to a few people today about flat Earth, so it's cool. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to get on to reading. So Goldfish, Brain AL, how you doing, man? I'm sorry for missing. I'm missing all the chat now, or anyone I might have missed as well. Fyodor Dostoevsky, how you doing? Juan Carlos, how you doing, Juan Carlos? Happy Ray, good to see you, bud. Yeah, so if it was just off for copyright, that's probably do me a favor. Like if StreamYard can't spot something that's copyrighted, they'll just stop the stream at the appropriate spot and then just continue on when they that's yeah. I'm happy enough with that. I'm happy enough with that. I might be a bit more risque now because surely not all things will be copyrighted and some might sneak through. And if they don't, then well, just silence for a few minutes. So, okay, let me get on to, yeah, sorry if I missed anybody as well. But let me get on to what I was going to read anyway. So, yeah, it becomes everything becomes sort of well, everything was always interconnected, but it's there for us to sort of piece the different disparate pieces together. And this is where 9/11 is. So much focuses around 9/11, and one of the things we're constantly encouraged to do is to see beyond the literal, right? So when I brought up this link the last time, remember I said I'd go away and reread it, and it's only very short as well. So I said, right, I'm going to have to just bring it up on screen and read it up, because how many of you here will have considered any of this stuff? And if you haven't considered any of this stuff, it's not as if you still can't make progress, but these are the biggest clues and facilitators to allow for progress. And well, if you're missing these aspects, maybe after I read the scripture or the page itself here and show it and show the images associated and talk a bit about it, yeah, maybe you'll be able to get on that track if you so wish. Well, if your quest is here to figure some shit out, this is certainly a pathway that has been laid out for us. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, as I asked earlier on, many flat earthers that you hear talking about 9/11 media and victim hoax consistently, you know, just dwelling on it. I'm not talking about afraid. I'm not bringing emotions into it, but just bringing sort of due significance to the realization. Not very many at all. And if I name a few, we have Brian Stavely now. Brian Stavely is a big channel, but the thing about Brian is he's associated with the Potato Crew. And when I've talked to Brian about just, do you think it's important to call out or to point out deception in the arena if you see it? He's not bothered. Not bothered. And I'm going, hang on. You came through 9/11. You know, I knew Brian way back in 2012, 2011, 12, 13. He also did a few interviews with Jim Fetzer, actually, funny enough. So, didn't you, Brian? Yeah, it's a big name to get on your resume. But yeah, you're one name now, but before you, IPS was the biggest face, I guess, when it came to that. No, I'm just trying to think. Sorry for the pauses there. I'm just trying to think of anybody else, actually. I know plenty of people fucking know about it. I know Antonio Subarez knows about it. He didn't talk about it because he was up to others. Well, which others? Which others? Well, you're drawing pictures of women's hips or men's hips with padding. Could you slip in a few things about the 9/11 hoax, you know? No, didn't do it specifically. So it's by the silence, you know, that's the deafening part of these things. But yeah, outside of IPS, not not many at all. Not many at all. Even though plenty know about it. Nathan Oakley knows about it, for instance. Uh, you, yeah, you keep going. Bob Nodell knew about it. Bob Nodell knew about the media and victim hoax, but he went back to the Judy Wood camp, as I say, an impossibility, because you're going from understanding that you're looking at a cartoon or a visual sort of project, you know, and then you're going back into knowing that, back to not knowing that, and taking what you saw as real. So, you know, it's by these blatant actions, I guess, that Bob exposes himself, and maybe that's what he meant to do. Maybe that's what he's put in place to do. After all, we bear in mind the possibility that all of these actors in place are, even in spite of the deceptive roles, are acting for the best possible motivations. It's a possibility. Now, if they're not, if the opposite is true, well, and they're the worst of the worst, right? They have to be. If you um, infiltrate your way in or are placed within a movement with genuine sort of desires, emotions attached to the individual inquirers, well, if you come along and betray them, then on such a massive level, right? Because there's no bigger flat earth in one sense, even though there is, but you know, well, then that makes that makes the hurt all the worse, doesn't it? It's a crime all the more impenetrable, almost. So yeah, you got to decide as the individual where you stand on that matter, or where you come out on that. For me, well, I've expressed my point of view many times. The least we can do is to recognize deception, recognize sort of cooperation within deception, and well, take it from there. So I'm going to share my screen. Oh yeah, so just before I do that, so IPS. So the thing that IPS does is he brushes over it. He won't pinpoint you, or he won't point you to any uh, research areas or any research forums or anything like that, where you can go and get your fill of everything associated with the unraveling of the 9/11 media victim books. He will just come along and, you know, make some sort of vague commentary about it. And even at that, then it's just left there. There's no greater significance to it. You don't think that IPS is smart enough? It's very funny. It just reminded me that when IPS came on the scene, it's true, I made a big deal about it at the time, when the dodo was discovered, IPS came on the scene with his bird called Fepe, as well as a couple of months after the dodo sort of came to the fore. It's about 2.5 years ago, I guess. But IPS came on the scene with his penguin called Fepe. If you look at the structure of Pepe, how it's drawn out, how it's designed out. Well, it has the face of Homer Simpson, and I pointed out many times that Homer Simpson is famous for his doughs and his donuts, right? So there we have two strong birds coming to prominence and around the same time. But IPS, way back then, I was talking about all the things I talk about now, but most especially 9/11 media and victim fakery. And I was shocked almost to find how many flat Earth ears were close to it, and some who reacted violently and still react violently against it to this day. Haunted House being one, Snack to the Future, Hitchhiker's Guide to Earth, a lot of these different characters, Jibby Jedi, you know, all of these different sort of connected characters within the flat Earth arena. Um, yeah, so not to who was a witness to 9/11? Not only David Weiss was a witness to 9/11. Well, it turns out that Dave Murphy was a witness to 9/11 as well. So Dave will give you some good information, but he won't go all the way. So he's a flat earther. He talks about the legal name fraud, but when it comes to 9/11, he leads you astray back to the Judy Wood camp. You know, so 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but it's not quite good enough, is it? The only people I've known who that was my litmus test. You know, so if you're a truther beyond a certain amount of consideration, a certain amount of time put into it all, you've got to know about flat Earth, right? And you've got to be a flat earther. You just led there. You've got to know about 9/11 media and victim hoax, right? And you've got to know about the legal name fraud, because the minute you start looking into any of these things, you'll see the veracity in all of them. So the people I knew who got 3 out of 3 were Ronnie and Jason. But the problem with them then led you straight into fucking Bible literalism. You know, so that's their gate. So that's their net, right? So they pass the litmus test, but then you're scooped up in their Bible literalist. There's always a catch, right? So that was their catch. But outside of them, I didn't know anybody who ticked all 3 boxes. And Dave Murphy, as I say, well, he should know better. And of course, another one who made it on international television. So, yeah. So what I'm going to present now, you think these people don't know that, or if this is not significant to them, well, shouldn't it be after this amount of time invested in this truthful or quest for truth? So let me share screen again. Oh yeah, IPS backwards is spy, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, we should be sharing the entire screen. Wimbledon, that's the Wimbledon. I brought to put this up on my computer, by the way. That's the Wimbledon female women's singles tennis championship shield, I guess. It's very interesting, in case you're wondering. But let me just bring up. I'm going to read here. Okay. So this is the link. If you remember, I brought up the last time, and I just skipped through it, and I sort of put a link in chat. So I'll do that actually. Copy. I'll do that. I'll just put that in chat just in case you want to. Yeah, there you go. Everything's coming through grand. So just in case you want to follow along with that, and yeah, I think none of these characters have the wherewithal to make their way through to well, any possible greater symbolic significance to 9/11 and a greater connection with well, let's say the likes of Stanley Kubrick, likes of the Beatles, the likes of James Cameron. So I'm going to read this, and yeah, I'll ask you to pay attention. I'll be commenting as we go, and yeah, I'll be dealing with a few points he brings up now. This is dating back to 2015, so I was definitely aware of lots of the stuff way back, back in 2011, 12, as I said. And I commented and I wrote stuff about it, and I contributed towards threads or different posts, just in various and sundry places. So anyway, let's read through it. And if you haven't heard any of this stuff, if 9/11 media and victim fakery hoax is completely new to you, well, you're in for baptism of fire then, because you're straight in the deep end here. So let's see what we make of it anyway as I read it again. Jay Widener started this conspiratorial ball rolling with his brilliant article, Secrets of the Shining. Calcified Lies elevated Widener's series to a higher level with the seminal post, The Skeleton Key, 9/11, and The Millennium Monolith. Now, as I mentioned last time, I was aware of both of these characters, and Calcified Lies especially was a poster on Clues Forum and fakeologist.com. He's still around. And I did go through his Skeleton Key, which is excellent, but that was way back in 2014, 13. So I don't know what he's doing now, and I should definitely revisit that. So I would recommend, if you haven't seen it afterwards for further reading, The Skeleton Key 9/11. I'm definitely going to go back to that, but let me continue on anyway. Now, who this character is, Chartiste Friend expanded on this line of thinking by deconstructing Full Metal Jacket and Eyes Wide Shut, which can be found on the Conspiracy tab at the top of the website. Okay, I don't know anything about that, but definitely knew about the connection to 9/11 from Full Metal Jacket and certainly Eyes Wide Shut as well. I think the whole premise of, oh, well, I don't want to get into Eyes Wide Shut because I'd have to do too much remembering, but it's fakery everywhere as well. And it was to inculcate the doctor into the ways of the elite. But anyway, let me just continue on here. Many researchers have noted the connections between the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, and the 9/11 attacks, and it's also been noted many times that Kubrick's death 6 days after the first studio screening of Eyes Wide Shut was extremely suspicious. Kubrick's sudden death was suspicious, but not for the reasons that are commonly cited. Like the deaths of JFK and JFK Jr., which is most likely hoaxes directed by Kubrick, and then later revealed in his movies, it is extremely likely Stanley Kubrick's death was faked so that he could devote his full attention to directing the 9/11 hoax, which was the biggest staged event in history since D-Day. So much in there, right? If you haven't considered any of this, I mean, you're going, what's this about JFK? What? JFK staged event and JFK Jr. as well. That plane crash he had over Martha's Vineyard, and now you're bringing in D-Day. What's it all about? 9/11 hoax. This is lots of information, but let's continue anyway. So yeah, okay. I definitely have to delve back into some of my thinking because I was big into some of this stuff way back in the day. And as I pointed out, if you wanted to look up my history, Piche, it's either Piche 38 or Piche 42. No, it can't be 42. Piche 38 is maybe 10 years ago now. Fuck it out. Piche 38 was probably an email, but generally Piche or Piche 38. All jokes aside, all one word, all jokes aside, out on a limb, and there's one other, topsy-turvy world, yeah, because I kept getting banned from forums, right? So no one likes to talk about fakery, and now I see why. Most flat earthers will continue not to talk about fakery or 9/11, especially media victim fakery. So now you can maybe see why yourself, and you can maybe understand where PJ is coming from a little bit more. In this, very brief, what do you call it? Offering here again from 2015. I don't even know who it's from. Well, chart word. So he was talking about himself actually here, was he? I don't know, Chartist Friend. So I guess they're similar, connected or something. So Chartist Friend, chart word. Okay, anyway. So Wikipedia, the actresses who played the Grady daughters, Lisa and Louise Burns, are identical twins. However, the characters in the book and film script are merely sisters, not twins. So he's talking about the movie, The Shinings. In the film's dialogue, Mr. Unan identifies. Oh shit! Because remember I was saying earlier on, there's the L again here. Look, oh man, ULL, and yeah, the father of lies. The father of lies is how Satan or the devil is described. in the Bible, and by Jesus nonetheless. And there we have lie, the father of lies, L-I-E-S, right? And now we have the monolith here. So so this is, sorry, I'm just expressing my thought process here. Monolith is one lith, one L-I-T-H, right? One L, we have the T-H and the L-I mixed up. So I was thinking about the character Lilith. And there we have L-I-L-I-T-H. So one L-I-T-H would be monolith, would be, well, lith. Lilith, if you know what I mean. So Lilith is a double Li, so one Li would be lith, monolith, one stone, and that's what lith. That's what it translates to. One stone, one S tone, and what's the S tone? The TH. So there's the TH again popping up, right? Anyway, so in the film's dialogue, Mr. Ullman identifies them as about 8 and 10. Nonetheless, they are frequently referred to in discussions about the film as the Grady twins. So Mr. Ullman has a pretty significant role within the movie as well, but that's for deeper consideration. And yeah, I don't want to get involved in that. So Kubrick is responsible for the decision to include the concept of identical twins in the movie version of The Shining. When the audience first see the twins, they are standing next to each other like the Twin Towers. Danny is riding on his big wheel through the hallways of the Overlook, and the Twin Towers, or the twins, appear to him after he turns the corner. As Danny stops the tricycle and attempts to deal with what he's seeing, his psychic abilities kick in and deliver a vision of the twins after they've been hacked to death by their caretaker father. Right, so here we have a few images, and, well, juxtaposition to 9/11 imagery. Now, look how stupid this imagery is, honestly, friends. Do you know anything about perspective? Can you not see the you know, can you not see how fake all of this looks like? And, well, that's exactly getting to it. We were meant to see through the fakery, but let's continue here. Right? In the hallway scene, Danny's big wheel is backward moving rapidly towards the identical twins. If Danny had continued pedaling instead of freaking out, he would have crashed into them. Kubrick uses the game room scene in the movie to deepen the visual Danny projectile connection. Kubrick also uses the game room scene, so here we have Danny throwing a dart. He also uses the game room scene to reinforce the symbolism of identical twins standing next to each other. So he's written in Bell Telephone Tower here above the tower with the twins, and then we have exit up at the top. Okay, that's interesting as well. And, well, here's a scene from 9/11 where we have the Twin Towers themselves, and this is the Millennium Hotel, right, aka the monolith, and here we have the Bell Telephone Tower. Even more suspicious than Kubrick's ultimate untimely death is the fact that in 1968 he decided to name his science fiction movie 2001 the year of the 9/11 attacks, right? Wikipedia. At first, Kubrick and Clark proudly referred to their project as How the Solar System Was Won, as a reference to MGM's 1962 cinematic epic How the West Was Won. However, Kubrick chose to announce the project in a press release issue on February 23rd, 1965 as Journey Beyond the Stars. Other titles which ran up and failed to salute were Universe, A Tunnel to the Stars, and Planetfall. Clark wrote in his book, The Lost World of 2001. It was not until 11 months after we started, April 1965, 6 and 5 is 11, that Stanley selected 2001 A Space Odyssey, or Dodo C. As far as I can recall, it was entirely his idea. Well, I've pointed out many times that Aristarchus is an anagram of C. Arthur as is. And, well, when we look at the movie, well, the monolith is found within a crater, would you believe? And I have actually a comparison made between crater Aristarchus and the crater within the monolith within the movie. But 2001 is a movie about a mysterious black monolith that changes the course of human evolution. The movie was released in 1968, the same year construction began of the World Trade Center, and also, of course, a year just before man landed on the moon, and the movie was still playing in theaters a year later. The timing is impeccable, isn't it? And here we have the crater that the monolith jumps up from the very center, from the heart of it. So at the 9/11 site stands a hotel that was specifically designed to resemble the 2001 monolith. The hotel is known as the Millennium Hotel, and here it is here. So calcified lies at WordPress.com, considering how plugged in both Clark and Kubrick were in the context of Joe's theory, the Millennium Hotel at ground zero in the title 2001 Space Odyssey itself, we arrive at one glaringly logical conclusion. The 4 mega collective mind initiation rituals detailed by Michael A. Hoffman II were all faked to various degrees using the television screen and mass media apparatus. Okay, this is it's not it's not a comprehensive sort of arrangement here. So there's obviously lots of different places you need to be going for secondary information, but let's just continue reading anyway. I'm just wondering myself, what are the 4 mega collective mind initiation rituals that he might have detailed? What do you reckon yourself? Actually, I'm gonna go to the toilet, and I don't know now as much as you don't know, but I can guess what 3 of them I know straight away. So what do you think the 4th one might be, or what do you think the 4 ones referenced here? These mega collective mind initiation rituals might be. So 9/11 obviously is one. What do you reckon in the chat? Just let me just put up a picture for you to consider while I go to the toilet here. Yeah, so it is the Millennium Hotel. When the Twin Towers were felled at free fall speed across the river, where the Millennium Hotel was seen through the gap, right? So it was revealed. And where was it revealed? Well, it was revealed in a pit. So anyway, I'll get to that. Let me just leave this picture up for you to consider. And I'm asking you as well, so think about this. IPS, why hasn't he considered any of this? Why haven't he talked about any of this? You think he doesn't have the intellectual ability? You think he doesn't have the sway? You think he doesn't have the mind to look these ways after all this time? You know? Yeah. So again, you have someone put in place to talk about it, but he'll stymie it. He'll sort of amputate it in a sense, and he'll lead you astray in another direction. So I'll let you consider that photograph or that image for a second. And interesting cloud pattern in the background. I almost recognize it, I'm telling you. Oh shit. Well, you won't believe what I'm after spotting for consideration now. You absolutely won't believe it. Jimbo Khan, if you're still in chat, Jim, or you're listening, you might believe it somewhat, because we were talking about this today. Pillars of creation in the background, in terms of the clouds. Could they be so cheeky to do that? It's possible. That looks very familiar to me, but yeah. Anyway, let me have a cigarette here. What's a millennium? A millennium is 1,000 years. 1,000 is 10 times 10 times 10, which is x x x. If you write x x x down, capital letters, the three together form two, actually, which is one is W and one is M. Okay. Eloi Lama Sabachthani. Does that ring any bells to anybody? Last words of Jesus before he died on the cross. So I was just thinking in terms of Lilith, Lilith, and mono Lith. So what the significance of that might mean. I think it's, let me just, what time is it? 11:44. Okay, just before I do that, yeah, what do you reckon? The four mega collective mind initiation ritual detailed by Michael A. Hoffman II. I reckon course 9/11, the JFK, the moon landings, and I can actually think about that now. That's the fourth one. Anyone come up with a fourth one? There has to. Hang on now. I should have. Maybe the JFK Jr. Attack, but or not attack. JFK Jr. figure doesn't seem substantial enough, really. I mean, at this stage, we know Martin Luther King, all fakery, fake assassination, which coincided with, I don't know, it was fears. that doesn't seem significant enough as well, though. Even though they're probably all connected, the Manson affair, that's all connected. They're all connected rituals, fake rituals, all. Oh well, I mean, getting to the rub of things, the reconnection ritual. Earth has been divided, right? Castrated. Mother separated from father sky, Mother Earth. So, what would fit in there? JFK was the killing of the king, associated with Camelot, their whole troop, which is King Arthur, or Jesus-like figure with the Knights of the Round Table. Arthur is C. Arthur, as is Arthur C. Clarke, ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? The decapitated tree of life. So I'm trying to think of the moon landings was the rocket penis reconnecting, but doing it in reverse. Everything is reversed. The rocket penis coming from the mother, heading for the father's sky and back to the mother again via the moon. Or not via the moon, to the moon. The feminine. The moon is the feminine. The sun is the masculine. Why? Because the moon is a reflection of the sun. Right, just as the woman's body parts are a shadow of, well, that brings us to different questions. Which came first, right? The male or the female? I was pulled from what? But I'm trying to think now of the date. So he wrote this in 2015. Was there another seminal event after 9? There were so many of them, weren't there? I mean, Sandy Hook was about the sun. I'm thinking about the Boston bombing, but none of these seem significant enough or on the same scale or level. So I'd be interested to see what answers someone might throw up for the fourth one to connect it all. 9/11, right? So 9/11 was the unbirthing. So let me just put it in context then. JFK came first. No, actually, that's what I say. I think it's, if he's talking about the four, so that would be my answer there, actually. So I have a complete answer. I would say the Titanic, right, started it. Then we had all of the two world wars, etc. All this fake, ritualistic. What's the best way to describe it? Like a theater, I guess. It's all part of the greater unraveling, greater story that's been told here. And yeah, so it would start at Titanic, and actually Titanic is obvious now, but I didn't think it was going back that far because the rest are sort of more compressed. But so that would be my answer. We have the Titanic hoax. There's no better place to hide. Sweet Fanny Adams, and in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and Titanic is Titan IC. Again, lots of prompts for suggested videos regarding Greek mythology, and actually I have a few links as well that if I have the time, I'll go through them. I'll show them here. Look, it's just on the next page. Some very, very interesting, where is it? Very, very interesting stuff here. Uranus. In ancient Greek literature, Uranus, or father sky, was the son and husband of Gaia, Mother Earth. According to Hesiod's Theogony, Uranus was conceived by Gaia alone, but other sources cite Ether as his father. This is shit. I mean, was no ancient Greece, right? So it's all part of the book of clues. So once we have the proper context, we can start putting everything in its place. So yeah, just to show you, there's another link on Gaia, and I haven't even read that, but I wouldn't mind reading it on there. I'll get back to it maybe. Here's one on ARIs. That's a new STAR-CHUS of mine, which is ARI-STAR-CHUS. ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? ARI-STAR-CHUS, and Aries turns out to be the Greek god of war. The 12 Olympians, ARI-STAR-CHUS was certainly in the war. In the wars, as the story goes, being decapitated or castrated like that. Yeah, so we have that separation, which is what the Titanic hoax represented, the one becoming two. Then JFK comes next in chronological order. the killing of the king. I'm just trying to think now. That's my answer anyway. So I could develop the oh. Okay, okay. That's what I'm gonna um, refrain from expressing myself on the fly on. I'll just give you the four of them that I think is worth referencing: the Titanic, the JFK, the moon landings, and then 9/11. Ultimately, back beginning and end, or end and beginning. Titanic representing one becoming two, and 9/11 representing two becoming one. The moon landings referencing the reconnection via the penis rocket of Mother Earth and Father Sky. Three astronauts representing the little spermies, waiting for impregnation. And then on 9/11, we had the unbirthing of the two towers of division and the rebirthing in its place of the unified whole, which is now called the Freedom Tower. And yeah, JFK is a different thing again. Let me just quickly bring up JFK's memorial. And it's called Eternal Flame Memorial. There we go. What does that remind you of, friends? What does that remind you of? No, that'll do here, look. What's that about? I don't know what that's about now. JFK's memorial goes out in Wexford in Ireland. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder when did that go out? If that was this year now, that would be interesting. That would be very, very interesting if that was this year. Let me just get the page here. But you can be sure that the date is going to be very. Oh, the Irish Mirror. Okay, when is this? 2013. Okay. No, JFK's Eternal Flame goes out in Wexford. No, I don't need to take that now because 2015. I'm just trying to think. 63, that'd be 50 years. So 50 years after it went, I remember where I was 50 years. I was in, not 50 years ago. I remember where I was in 2013, absolutely considering the 50th anniversary of the JFK hoax. I was over with Maggie in California, 5 weeks. In the Emerald Triangle. So I went from the Emerald Isle to the Emerald Triangle, and that was back in 2013, September. And well, lo and behold, JFK's Eternal Flame goes out in Wexford in 2013. No, I never knew that. But here's the original one. Eternal Flame here, look. What does it remind you of? What does that look like, people? What's going on here? What might be going on here? Let me just bring up an appropriate image here. Kennedy is Count Ada in Irish, and in Irish, when you translate that, that's head wound. Remember I was saying that Irish is so significant in all of this, and I'm just being encouraged. I haven't done it now, so I'm just being encouraged more because it's not that I don't want to do it. I'm still on a pathway in English, and because English is sort of my first language, I know that when I go to Irish, then that will just confirm. You know, it will serve to confirm what I have found in English. You know what I mean? When I've sort of decoded that. Let me just post this for Jimbo Khan. Jimbo, I know this is an exaggerated version now, but I've seen this image myself. Generally from a sort of a more skewed perspective, and generally you don't get such a clear picture of it. And this might be slightly exaggerated for the purposes of ridicule, but this is the pattern you should be looking out for. in the clouds, because once you see it, you'll see it everywhere. I didn't upload any images from my phone or from the camera here. Actually, I have it here, actually, but maybe next time I'll post that. But if you're looking out for these repeating patterns here, yeah, this is, I posted it loads of times, but here's what you're going to, and you know what my brother reminded me of as well, Andrew reminded me of, and I thought about it before, a fucking excellent resource is Google Earth, of course, because you have cameras driving around recording in real time and getting real clear high definition snapshots of clouds in every country throughout the world, but also in your own particular area as well. So if you're looking for the best capture, and if you know what you're looking for on Google Earth, then you don't have to wait for the right conditions, because remember, everything is a constantly sort of changing environment. You know, the ether they tried to kill the ether, and when they did, then quantum mechanics came into its own. You ask the likes of John Quantum Eraser about ether, and he'll blow a fuse, you know, as opposed to discussing it and seeing if there's any sort of veracity to it, you know. Yeah, this is sort of giveaway itself. So yeah, that's another tip for all of us. I mean, we learn more about people, who's playing a role or who isn't. For whatever reason, you've got to decide the basics first, and what they won't talk about, what they won't consider, over what they will. And especially when it's most strange, it's a most incongruous sort of action or reaction to a certain interesting topic. That's how with Simon Shack from SBSS as well, Simon Shack. SS. So you're left with three options when it comes to 9/11. All right, I told him I don't sing beyond midnight, so actually just reminded me. I mentioned Simon Shack in this song, but yeah, you're left with three options when it comes to solving 9/11. When you take the literal, you have Judy Wood, right? Judy Wood. Pay attention to the WOOD, and Demitri. That's how you pronounce his name. Demitri Kalizov. So then we have Wood and Demitri. That's exactly what I say. ARI-STAR-CHUS is a Demitri. It's been decapitated, right? So the wood referencing, well, so many different things. El is the god of the Jews, right? So the Jew rests on the ground. The Jew has been for scapegoat for 9/11. So in other words, they're not guilty of anything. They've just been written into the script as a guilty party, right? So ask yourselves why. The lowest common denominator. The Jew, there we have the W, Judy Wood and her Jew. So again, it all comes back to the letters. It all comes back to how the letters pertain to the composition of our own being, right? So I think this is a good time to sing this just before midnight, just wait. So anyway, Jimbo, that's what you're looking for there. Something similar. Keep your eyes peeled. So yeah, definitely get back to these Greek gods, but yeah, probably a good place to leave up this image here about us in stuff. Hang on, there's a better image down here. Here we go. Maybe if I can get the two of those, three of those. How about that? Yeah, 3 and 1. All right. Just as it turned midnight, so I think I made it just before. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. I'm stuck on one. Got a feeling down deep in my basement, all is not as it should be. I'm on my way. I needed no plane, no thermal from my memories, no matchbox filling nuclear bombs blowing out my face. Yeah, I'm on my way. I see some beams from space. I'm stuck on Judy Road. Been a fool too long to take the second guns and that other beds are full. Yeah, I'm on my way. It's not hard to see how a conditioned audience mistook a movie for reality. Yeah, I'm on my way. Thanks to some beams from space. I'm leaving at close to the speed of free fall. This association is running down my backbone. To melt into my own footprint, it's what I'm destined for. The next time, dear Judy, won't you just let me hang on to my cause I'm stuck on you. The feeling down deep in my basement is not as it should be. Yeah, I'm on my way. I needed no planes, no thermite for my memories, no matchbox, no nuclear bombs blowing out my face. Yeah, I'm on my way. I see some beams from space. Oh, I'm leaving I'm close to the speed. This association is running down my backbone. To melt into my own footprint, it's what I'm destined for. Next time, dear Judy, won't you just let me hang on to my stuck on Judy. Got a feeling now deep in my basement is not as it should be. Yeah, I'm on my way. I needed no planes, no thermal for my memories, no matchbox for the nuclear bombs blowing out my face. Yeah, I'm on my way. Thanks to some beams from space. Yeah, I'm on my way. Thanks to some beams from space. I'm a corner. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. I fucked up a little bit of the second verse. So the second verse went, I'm stuck on Judy Wood. Been a fool too long for Shaq and Jones and that other. Oh yeah, I'm stuck on Judy Wood. Oh yeah, so I have to join. I have to put in that. Stuck on Judy Wood. She's cool. Been a clown too long for Shaq and Jones and that other. That's a fool. Me, I'm on my way. So you have to know something about the various and sundry conspiracy layers within the 9/11 theater, I guess, to maybe get the most out of that song. But that's where the likes of Bob from Glowbusters will lead you back to, and so many others. David Weiss, who's just been on with Alex Jones, all leading us back to Judy Wood. So let's not take the literal about it. I think I've decoded Judy Wood enough, but there's more to the story. The demi tree, right? So the tree was decapitated. Then what? What can we do to reinflate the bubble? And this is where the tall steel structured buildings, like the one that's in place now, in the one WTC, which is Freedom Tower, will act like well, modern day version of a conducting tree, a crystalline tree. So a ray gun. That's what I think. That's what HARP chemtrails, just electrifying of the atmosphere is all about. And this is what these steel structured buildings will play the role in at some future point. Maybe it's going on at the minute. Who knows? Okay, I'm just thinking about something different. Swear to you, just when you think you're making progress, when you're working it out, you remember that everything's reversed, and you will be deceived until the end. So, but yeah, that's what I do think. All the desert areas of the world, this is where we had all the giant trees, which acted as supporting pillars for the greater toroidal field that separated Earth from the waters beyond. When the tree was decapitated above or below, whatever way, which way you want to look upon it, as I say, the only way I can look upon it is a construct. When I die here, I leave here, right? So I'm separated from it. So I can only look upon it as a construct. When I bring it back to year one, 1598, there might have been a different reality beforehand, that the tree might have been intact and you had the same stuff going on above and below, or it just all dies with the story when we leave the adventure, the experiment, or the venture even into life. Not sure about that, but that's the way I look at it. I don't think I can look at it in any other way, actually. I don't think it's tangible. And intangible as that may seem to most people, I don't think it's tangible in any other way. And, depending on how we look at Earth, and depending on how we look at this experience we're having, is it there for us to figure out to some happy degree? Yeah, all of these clues suggest yes. So let's get back to this anyway. And yeah, let's just continue on. So now he brings us back to the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. Here we have Hilton Space Station 5, piece of evidence to consider. After the 9/11 clear-up, the site became a massive rectangular pit with a single long ramp for access. So here we have the massive pit with a single long ramp for access. And guess what else is found in the pit, friends? Let me just guess what else is found in the pit, my friends? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Guess what else is found in the pit, indeed. Oh, that's what I did actually bring up there. That was what I was looking for, but not in that context. Well, you can see the pit yourself, right? ARI-STAR-CHUS is found in a pit. Funny enough, that, isn't it? Funny enough. Here we have ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? But just neighboring crater Herodotus, right? ARI-STAR-CHUS, Christ's aura. Well, who was the biggest threat to Christ's existence according to the story, right? Well, of course, Herod, who ordered the death of all children beneath, I think, the age of 2 at the time. All storytelling. So what can we glean and gather from an interpretation. Well, ARI-STAR-CHUS here is found in the pit. What did it, as the story goes, what was the name of ARI-STAR-CHUS before it was so named? Balthazar. Balthazaria. Sorry, Balthazaria. Balthazaria. So Balthazaria immediately reminded me of Balthazar. And when I brought to mind that Balthazar was one of the three wise men, magi or astronomers, it turns out, astronomers, right, who brought various gifts of myrrh, gold, myrrh, frankincense. Now, if you don't know what if you don't know what myrrh and frankincense are, I didn't myself, but they're procured from the resin of some special distinctive trees that only grow in certain areas, right? So the trees are sort of bled for their inner essence, and these are highly prized. But the fact that they're bled from trees, right, and associated with Jesus, this is amazing. These are all amazing connections. So, this is what we have to pay attention to. And as I say, if it all comes back to you recognizing that there's a greater game of clues here waiting for you to piece together. Ultimately, nothing is separate from you. You are the living embodiment of this divided experience that Jesus represents. And this limb from limb separation, isn't that interesting? I remember, I should make a list, but I have so many things I should do. And I'm just reminding myself now not to forget to go back to this image here. Look, that's a massive thing in itself, Jimbo. And I think now that this is not incidental. Now I recognize, see this pattern here? This is what I've been capturing in my local clouds here. But I've talked about, here we go, look, on the same page, the pillars of creation here, look. So I was just thinking to myself there, hang on. Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, I was just thinking to myself there, turn this on its side, and just rotate it 90 degrees, and what sort of match are we looking for here? But that would be my own pathway. And actually, another thing to do, right? Is on the moon. Can you find the possible pattern on the moon? Because this is a third part to a possible proof anyway. And it makes, it absolutely ties in that the pillars of creation, which are in the far reaches of the distant galaxy or the distant universe, where stars are born, the earliest stars were born, is as opposed to these astronomical distances right before your face. That is, well, the pattern's been expressed in the clouds because it's the same pattern everywhere, right? It's the same thing. It's out of many one, pluribus anum. They give us the opposite. An infinite number of stars all revert back to one star. So the planets are important as well, Jimbo. So yeah, getting back to previous thinking, lots of lines I would have to put together. There's a separate rotation going on around the sun. Then there is well, hang on, let me phrase this. And Simon Shack now, I've talked about this again, and there's no point, I can't even I'll just refer you to it. Go over and have a look at Simon Shack's SSSS model. He called it the Tycho model. It's the next closest thing to a real representation of reality away from flat Earth. The one thing Simon rejected immediately, uncharacteristically, was any talk on his forum about, not any talk, he entertained the idea, but he hated it with a sort of a vengeance. It couldn't be flat in any way. This is pushing it too far. And I just said to myself at the time, 2013, I guess that was, this is very strange. This is very, very, very strange behavior, because this man has investigated everything and covered everything with such a keen eye and a keen questioning nature to him. So when it comes to something as fundamental as flat Earth, and of course all flat Earthers know 1 hour, sometimes a few hours of consideration, watching the right videos, all of the appropriate questions will appear. When you apply that to your own experience, then what stuck with me the most, which is what should stick with all of us from the start, was movement. Of course, the Earth is moving. The Earth is moving, but the Earth is moving. That's the funny thing about all of this. Nothing is black and white. Nothing is black and white. So yeah. Can you see any areas? Just to leave this behind, Jimbo. Can you see any areas there that, if we were going along those lines, equating the picture from Hubble, HUBB, man, right? HUBBLE. There we have the LE again. We also have the double B. So B in a backwards B. So the butterfly represents in relation to the whole E. So an E and a backwards E, which are connecting the different outstretched limbs on both sides. So a metamorphosis, right? A moth, BeHeMeTH, or BeHeMoTH, right? MO. We have the TH at the end. I change that to BeHeMeTH. But Mo is a more united version of it. But let me pose you that question, especially the Jimbo Khan. I kind of gave you a little hint there, but anyway, there's ARI-STAR-CHUS in the pit here. So frankincense and myrrh turn out to be precious fluids, inner fluids, resins. Oh, it's not resins, it's different component parts of trees as well. But the sap, the life essence is drained from particular trees which grow in particular areas, and these are offered to the young Christ. But the third gift was from Balthazar, and he brought the gift of myrrh, right? So MYRR, something like that. And yeah, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Myrrh on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? The sun, the moon is a reflection. This is a reflection, folks. And this is the best image I had been able to find at the time. This is of excellent quality. When you look at this, you'll find amazing stuff. When you recognize that all of these craters, everything here, is a expression of this here, and fundamentally this Herodotus is an expression of this. I've often compared, say, ARI-STAR-CHUS here as the whole of the bicycle tire, right? The bicycle wheel. So Herodotus next to it would just be the tire. So you're just seeing the tire of it, and you're not seeing the inside of it. The spokes, the hub, etc. But this is going back ages. But yeah, you're looking at a reflection itself, and well, a mirror is a reflection. There we have, when we know what we're looking at, here's ARI-STAR-CHUS as well. Here's the whole pit as well. You can see it, look, you see the pit area? It's the pit area. We have reflections going on in the moon, reflections in every direction. And yeah, it's amazing to consider that each crater is an expression of the one crater, and that crater being ARI-STAR-CHUS. But let's get back to just make note of ARI-STAR-CHUS being found. This is the story, this is the official story. ARI-STAR-CHUS being found in a pit with three more succinct craters nearby. So when we have ARI-STAR-CHUS, then we have Herodotus, and then we have the Prince, right? Crater Prince is over here. Over here, actually. Didn't show up too well here. We're just here. Crater Prince. So we have the Father, ARI-STAR-CHUS, the Son, which is Prince, and then the Holy Ghost, which is Herodotus. Now, this is the black sun, as I see it. This is the black sun. So reflections of reflections. So yeah, what we know now is just that it's in a pit, just like the site of 9/11, right? So here we go. Yeah, it gets more interesting now. So the movie 2001 also includes a massive rectangular pit with long ramps for access. And here we go. Remember I said Crater Clavius? Crater Clavius was the moon base chosen for the movie. I say because Crater Clavius is one of the more obvious examples that you're dealing with reflected artifacts. I mean, I've just accepted this into myself because every time I see, it's like every time I see Obama now, I see Will Smith, right? I'm not going to change that. I can't change that. It's impossible for me to change that because I've sort of, I see it, I've proven it to myself. There's the IHS, son I was talking about earlier on. And remember the shard-like patterns? Oh, well, this is the night my hangar got shut down, torn bombed. Remember the IHS patterns and down to there you go. This is something you can go and look at this. Here we go again. This is the sun above the atmosphere. It's the sun above the atmosphere. This isn't something I conjured up. This is taken from just pausing a YouTube video on something with high altitude balloon footage above the atmosphere. We just zoom it down a bit. See the similarities, friends? Not denying that, right? Come on, come on, come on. But again, you know, it gets deeper still. IHS, well, this is where the code dodo came into its own when I have another depiction where the I and the J are equivalent. So we have this exact scenario, but instead of the I, we have the J. In code dodo, both have the same value, which is 9. Or I think a word for the reverse code dodo because it's just significant. Either 9 or 1, every number adds up to 10 because there's 2 values. So I'm not sure if anyone's considered that, the number having 2 values, but of course it has 2. A, for instance, has a value of 9 and 1. So 1 going forwards and 9 coming backwards. But it all depends on where your pivotal point is. And as I say, the pivotal point is given to us by the I and J equivalents. Yeah, look, what do you reckon of that? Isn't that unbelievable? And when as I said, decoded the Jesuits on, and well, more specifically, the Masonic square and compass, the G. Hang on, that's when my channel was formed on. Not a pleasant feeling at all. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, hang on. That's what I wanted to do. You see the all-seeing eye in the clouds. Look out for it, friends. But there it is here as well. Look. Let me just rotate this around. I did this last night, so I'm not going to go too deep in it, but look at how it jumps out at you. Look at this. You see it? So this is an excellent image. Look at the quality of all of this. Excellent image. And I think it's more akin to what we actually see in the sky now. When you look into telescope representations, yeah, I think some sort of a solidity sort of factor, graininess factor has been added to make the moon look much more solid than what it actually is or how it actually appears. The moon is a reflection, and yeah, as you rise higher and higher, send that high altitude balloon up, and I'm amazed. I'm absolutely amazed, actually, that people haven't done this. And look, I haven't done many experiments myself, but if I was to start doing experiments, I'd be doing all of these type of experiments. I know exactly what type of experiments I'd be doing, but it's not that I fear. I just accept that I already know the outcome. I already know if I send the balloon up to coincide at its highest point, at the zenith point, with the moon being at its closest position at that particular time, according to my particular location, that what we should expect, we know the ball is nonsense on the official story, so straight away that would would be debunked, because as we get closer to the moon, we should see it more clearly. It should get bigger in our field of view, according to the camera lens. But no, that won't happen. And what will actually happen, I'm pretty sure, I'm absolutely positive, the reverse. It will, as you get higher, the moon will get smaller and smaller and smaller. So I mean, I could spend lots of time, collect lots of money for that type of, that'd be an excellently worthwhile experiment, right, on the full moon, doing that sort of thing. And that would be my prediction for the outcome, that the moon would reduce in size until you got to a certain point, possibly not within the capabilities of the balloon itself, but it would eventually disappear. But by the time the balloon burst at its highest point, I'm pretty sure the moon would always be a tiny reflection of itself as it appears from the ground. And I think NASA gives us our clues by telling us that the moon is in our atmosphere, or the Earth's atmosphere extends to beyond the moon. I think this is their way of telling us, all again with clues, that you are asking us the question. Well, it's saying, right, in other terms, that the only reason we see the moon is because we have atmosphere to view it through. So these are the, I'm sure I rolled a joint there. Hang on, just check that. Half a joint. I only rolled small ones, half ones. Yeah, I did. That's good. Just checking on my sanity, You have to check it. You always have to check in your own sanity, by the way. Always checking. If something happens and then something contradicts that in some way or another, and it only happened to me today, actually. But yeah, check yourself every now and again. I'm the sanest man I know, but some of the stuff I talk about is mad as mad can be. Mad as a mad as a bag of mad hatters. How about that? Hatter, H-A-T-T. Yeah. Anyway, that was just a by the way. There's the all-seeing eye here. Can you see it? I'm just circling it here. It's looking away to the left. You see it? This is expressed in the clouds. You can see these patterns in the clouds. There, you see the big F here? Now, brilliant. Look. Now you see. I think I'm sort of turning a little corner in a sense. So I'm ready to get back into some real investigative work, which I've left behind for the longest of times now. It has to be just focus on different things, not even focusing, just drifting along, thinking about different things. But now back into comparison as well. And certain things are jumping out at me, and I'm just bring up one here. Just as I saw that, hang on. Here we go, Milky Way. This should be interesting. No, hang on, that's not the one. This might be it. Yeah, this is it. Hang on. So you see that. So this is the Milky Way. I went through all of this. The teapot. Yeah, this is bringing it back to 2 years ago. Jesus, Steve. Honest to goodness, love. Anyway, see this F here? See this F here? And this is the Milky Way swathe here. But as I again, as I mentioned, and this is all documented as well, going back, I couldn't understand how the fuck this is happening, because I was absolutely certain that this was the Milky Way sway, but this is the Milky Way sway down here as well, but a more sort of a vague, less defined uh, sort of sweep. And after that, then I got into thinking about everything just being like a fucking hall of mirrors, and you're trying to decode, I don't know, a peanut in a box full of contrived mirrors to make it look like anything but a peanut, you know. But yeah, you see that F there? Excellent. I'm just going to take a snapshot of that, actually. Not that I'll forget it. So I'm in the habit of doing this. Just take a screen save. Not that I need to do this anyhow, but it's just 481 pictures. All of them significant. Imagine that's true. Imagine that was true for a second, friends. Imagine that was true. Honestly, let me ask you to imagine that was true for a second. Or it could be true. That here we have this imprint on the moon, and here we have this. Actually, funny to note the contour here. Here we have this completely separate fucking aspect of the universe matching up or appearing to have some sort of correlation in terms of the pattern here. Cosmic coincidence, surely, but imagine for a second it wasn't. And what I'm saying might be close to some sort of a mark. Well, you could imagine that, or you're like, well, I sort of realized that 2.5 years ago when I looked at this first. So yeah. Anyway, so by the way, see how easy I'm distracted here. But all of this stuff, all this information is as pertinent now as it was then, and yeah, it'll just go together in a different way. Now, the only reason I really brought this up was to pinpoint again ARI-STAR-CHUS and tell you that, according to official story, it is found in a pit on the moon, the most mysterious crater on the most mysterious object in our known universe, according to some links in science. Anyway, everyone says that, but the moon is certainly a mysterious, mysterious squared object, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So our attention. This is why it's so strange, but isn't it another way that flat earthers and ball earthers alike have an adversity to ARI-STAR-CHUS. It's very, very strange indeed, but it's not. ARI-STAR-CHUS, first of all, from a ball earther's point of view, was the originator of the heliocentric model. It's first to put the sun at the center and have the spherical planets orbiting around. So that alone gives him great significance, and a certain big deal should be made about him. If all of this is established 2,500 years ago, it turns out he was exactly right. But ball earthers then, or sorry, flat earthers then, coming to realize that, yeah, well, hopefully that you'll come to realize that, anything to do with spinning ball is all metaphor, right? So you don't just throw out the baby with the bathwater. And when you do that, then you look back at the story that's presented, and special attention is brought to ARI-STAR-CHUS. Let's look into this a bit more. So anyway, you don't get any of that. You don't get any of that. And how strange is that? I'll let you ponder on that one. So funny enough, let me mention Connor and his friend Charlie. Both of them are 24. So fine lads, and Connor's my neighbor here, and yeah, I just met his friend Charlie for the first time today, and he knows about the flat Earth. Jesus, I was shocked. He was talking, not if he was absolutely engrossed in it, but that upon due consideration, if I was to consider it and asked to come down on the side, I'd say it was likely flat sort of thing, you know, because so I certainly gave him more food for thought. But I said something about ARI-STAR-CHUS because I was relaying to him. He was saying something about his people in his family were Masons, and I was going, well, I mean, to what degree were they Masons and all this? And then that reminded me of a story which I've told you before. And I don't think I finished it the last time, actually. And shame on me if I didn't finish it, because I met the gaggle of Freemasons, and I was sure at the time that they were all aware. You know, they looked like pretty high level Masons to me, you know, and they were all sort of well on in age, but, you know, that sort of look to them. And yeah, I was pretty sure that all high level Masons would definitely know the earth is flat. It's sort of an open secret, right? So I was walking with my brother's dog, Brandy, beautiful dog, honestly, fantastic dog. I was on the outing the other day, and yeah, we were just walking by the usual walk, and yeah, these 5 or 6 Freemasons walking by. So I said, "Fuck it, I'll ask them." So I said, "Sorry, do you mind if I ask you a question?" And one of them particularly was more paying attention to the others, and I said, "Have you heard the idea the earth might be flat?" I remember I started this the last time or whenever, and he was no genuine surprise and sort of awe about it, really, as if he's never ever considered it before. And I was taken aback because I really thought that if the Freemasons are above a certain level, no, this guy sure has got to know. And I even try to work it out myself. If you're above a certain level in Freemasonry, this is why I was thinking a lot of Freemasons must know it. If you're above a certain level in Freemason and you just become friends with a lower level, and you keep a secret like flat Earth for 20 years or something, even though you've been intimate with, you know, friends with whoever, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when your mate comes along and says, "Bud, why didn't you tell me that 20 years ago? Why didn't you tell me the Earth was that would have changed everything?" You know what I mean? So I don't think it would work like that. The sort of the practicality, the logistics of it. But anyway, so he was genuinely surprised, and of course, you can kill blowbirds with a few Australian. So I actually said it to someone today, collecting for concern. But yeah, Australia is the go-to here. Australia is we point to Australia right now. You have to point at your feet, right? Ah, but gravity, you know, the usual thing. But it makes people think. And anyway, you know, yeah, he seemed genuine. And then I said, okay, I take it this man doesn't know about the flat Earth. Let me ask him like this. So I said, have you ever heard of ARI-STAR-CHUS? Honestly, friends, let me go on. I won't go on camera now. It doesn't matter. But you know, honestly, his whole face changed. He said, I have. And he looked down and said, I have to go. Just like that. And I said, all right, cheers. So what brings me back to that was when I was talking to Connor and his friend today. And his friend was saying, yeah, he's heard about Charlie. He heard about flat Earth, and if he had to come down the side, it would be flat. And I was telling him this story about my interaction with the gaggle of Freemasons. And he said, well, someone told me to look into that. And I go, what? Hey, someone told me to look into ARI-STAR-CHUS. And I said, do you mind asking how long ago was that? Like, when was that? And he said, it was about 4 months ago. I go, well, that's mad. That's mad. ARI-STAR-CHUS is revealed, friends, but it's been revealed for not forever. But when did I come by it? Maybe, shit, is it 2 years at this date? But that someone said it to him, and it has to be unconnected, but it also can't be unconnected because he was aware of flat Earth. So anyway, back to we have the links still up. So here we have the pit. So he has it located in the center of the pit. If we go back to the start, here we have the here we go. Yeah, here we have the apes. Moon Watcher. This is Moon Watcher, according to Arthur C. Clarke. Moon Watcher. Come on, friends. Moon Watcher found the monolith within a crater, right? And actually, let me just see if I have the early doors comparison. I have to go way back and load the pictures, right? Oh, hang on. I think I know where that would be now. This is what I'm saying. I was thinking about this today. I don't know what to come on and talk about, really. You know, what are the important questions that we need to be asking at this stage? Can anyone enlighten me? Because when I come on here, I mean, I appreciated it. Hang on. I appreciate it in the sense it just allows me to talk openly, right? But obviously there's no interaction. But what are the important questions anymore? What are the important questions we have to consider are that there's now, look at that, hang on. TH, that's where, oh, Jesus, that's mad, but I bet I can make sense about that now if I go back to, well, there's a whole E, spirit, right? So we Holy Spirit. Here we get the Windows logo. So this is all about the HIQ. So it's about this three-dimension, zero-dimension interrelationship between us and our being, our reality. No, but I'm just looking for one. This is R. Richard Starkey, R. Starkey, right? Richard Starkey. This is Harry Nilsson, who I say is Paul / Paul McCartney in a disguise. This is Richard Starkey, R. Starkey, Ringo Starr. Clues are there, friends. But I'm looking for something in particular now. There we go. Yeah, I guarantee it's down here. Oh, yeah, there we go. But I think I did a comparison as well. Yeah, I'm sure I did a comparison, but that's up here amongst 450 pictures or so, and maybe worthwhile seeking it out now. Just briefly. Oh yeah, by the way, just as I'm here, Will Smith. So Will Smith being Will Smith, Barack Obama being the two most pretty much famous men in America at the time, if not the world. One good friends with the other, one helping the other to get elected both times in this age of media advertising. Their faces should be everywhere, interviews everywhere, but all you can find is two pictures which are clearly photoshopped. And well, you have also an interview between the two, but you never get to see the two of their faces together. What you do get to see is a coin with the same head on behind both of their chairs, behind both of their heads. So I haven't managed to locate a fourth picture though, which unlike the other three efforts seems to be genuine. So I might have to retract something, and I'll just show you that picture now. Yeah, there you go. So so I might have to retract everything I said there because we're after finding a genuine picture of the two together. But no, let me just give this a little bit more time and not too much. So for instance, right, so remember I was talking about earlier on, there's a picture now from a high definition uber quality telescope that you can find on YouTube. And that's Crater Prince there, as I was talking about earlier on. And here's ARI-STAR-CHUS, and here's Herodotus. yeah, so can you see how much more solid, like, earthly, like, they've given the look? And I think this is all purposefully done as well for the purposes of misguiding, challenging, maybe. And yeah, this is excellent, though. We can see all the shard-like patterns here, and well, where is it? Here we have the shard-like patterns as well. Aristarchus equals Christ's aura, A-U-R-A. A-U is gold. It's also an astronomical unit, right? Distance between Earth and the Sun, one standard unit. All clues for us, friends, all clues for us. So yeah, getting back to the article, Moonwatcher finding the monolith within a crater on Earth. Oh yeah, did I not mention that? Oh yeah, this is the monolith within the final room after Dave made his way through the Stargate, as it's known as, right? The Stargate. G-A-T. Then we have the A-T again, E. Stargate. But where was I down to? Yeah, the pit, the rectangular pit. All right, that's what I was going to do. This is how easy I can get distracted. Sorry about that. So Clavius is the moon base. There you go. That's a high definition picture. Damien Peach, I think, is the guy who's taking this with a professional quality camera. Once again, when you're looking at anything like this, give yourself a little bit of time. Actually, now that I look at this, oh fucking hell! Oh, get the fuck! Excellent. That's where I was ages ago. Right, I'm after spotting something. That's amazing. Oh man, shit. Oh god. I'm not going to say anything until I come back. So, in the meantime, just give it a little. Actually, what I'll do. What I'll do is put on some music, and I put on the screen. So the music can be on in the background. So I'm just after spotting something amazing, but it's not amazing really because I already knew it. I spotted all these things before in a different way. Here we go. So I'm going to put on flat chord music. Actually, now while I'm here, because I didn't have the chance to show this, so let me put the music on with the video. This is from our old friend, Flat Earther Fan. Flat chord music and soulmate. So you will recognize the music, and let me show you the video that goes along with it as well. So enjoy this. one shows you can be loved. Fuck off. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. The only reason I'm saying fuck off is because the very next suggestion was zombie, and I was just thinking about the word zombie this morning in the context of zombies are the brainless ones who want to eat brains and gorge on them, you know. And I've been talking about how our gut, our intestine, um, is or or half a brain turned inside out. And let me just, I hope you enjoyed that song. That's a fucking excellent, moving song. And I was just thinking to myself, I mean, I can't really. Fam asked me to listen to music, and people have posted comments I haven't replied to. I don't know. There's something missing in me. I know that I can't form, not relationships. I'm not talking on that level, but since I'm torn apart from the son, I can't form anything with anybody, like, you know. And hopefully that's all to change. Um, you know, something like that is moving beyond measure, and I certainly appreciate it anyway, fan. And you know, with the lyrics, with the whole theme, with the coordination of the graphics as well. All I can say is that you have to know more than what you say. But excellence in itself, anyway, and I appreciate it in the extreme. Let me just bring it back to consider this for a few minutes, and I'll tell you what I spotted, and you'll be able to. Hmm. Any examination like this involves a lot of eye shifting up and down, over the cross. But what I would suggest to you for the first time is, or the first few times, just relax your eyes, to, you know, get everything in a comfortable um, orientation, and just lose any preconceived notions and ideas, and just examine what you see. Just take in what you see, and it will jump out at you. It can not jump out at you. What the fuck do you think all of these little things are? Look, all of these little dots, every single one of them. The reason they have to say they're massive craters is because of the shadowing effect, and it's consistent, right? But it's consistent for a different reason. Not for the reason that they give us, that these are all craters within. This is all a crater pattern within a greater crater. This greater crater here is Clavius. So all of these different craters formed within this greater crater, all the way down to the micro craters. But these have to be described as like 100 miles across or something, or 50 miles across or something, in order to give some sort of justification for even when we zoom in here. When we zoom, look at all of this. All of these are micro craters, a mile across. That's a mile across. That's 2 miles across. That's 10 miles across. Something like that. That's what they have to say. It's all fucking nonsense, friends. But I'm not asking you to discard what they say. Craters in our mind. Well, I'll tell you why. Because it's so close to creator, creator. But yeah, you have to first of all decide what you're looking at here. You have to decide what the moon is. These are the questions beyond. But this is why Kubrick gave us Clavius as the moon base, as I said, because it's the most obvious example that we're dealing with reflected artifacts. You see the spiral pattern in terms of energy. So I'll just leave that on the screen for a second and tell you what I spotted when I finished the cigarette. Right. Yeah, well, as it's all illusion, so if we rotate it around, we get a different perspective and we view it sort of differently. Likewise, this is 180 degrees. Doesn't look at all natural, does it? Now these look hollowed inwards. These are called acorns, I believe. Not called acorns. Are they? I have the name listed away somewhere, whatever they're called. Anyway, this is the orientation that I have it in, and immediately you can see the spiral pattern. But what I notice here, you see this and this, right? So these two. One looked like a sort of a negative. It just jumped to my eye, a negative of the other. And then I looked at this sort of rectangular pattern here, and lo and behold, you have a rectangular pattern here as well. How deep does the mirroring go? And I believe it goes all the way. It goes all the way into ourselves. Our bodies are mirrored around a central point. This is what yeah, just gonna make note of that word, zombie, and even the choice of letters. To we have Oz in there, right? So just note that for breakdown. E is the divided state as S is. So S and E, they're the divided state. Well, I made a note of a few words today, I think, just which exemplify that. Well, lies, I just talked about the devil being the father of lies. There we have E and S, L-I-E-S, right? L-I-E-S. So, yeah, lies representing the divided state we take to be natural. This is one of the questions that's what does the scientific method hope to do to explain natural and physical phenomena? Well, what do you mean by natural? Something that applies to nature, something that's apropos or pertaining to nature. Well, what do you mean by nature then? This is the stickler. This is the stickler. So if we're all about semantics and definitions, and the science is all about, so you've been dragged into, you've been swamped, you've been immersed, you've been pushed under into the scientific method now by certain factions. Where's the scientific method ever taken us? We don't live in a scientific world, deterministic world, a material world. I'm living in a material world. I am a material tranny. Madonna was a tranny. Honestly, what are you gonna do? Shit. Shit, what are you gonna do? Sarah, my son, had pictures of Madonna when she was growing up, 15 or 16. All of those emotions kindled in a young growing girl. And little does she know that fucking bloke up on the wall. But I suppose you might be having, you wouldn't mind about that. Women are like that. Women can go either way. But oh yeah, well look, yeah, that's early doors. Pillars of creation, Hubble images, cloud patterns. Just a reminder to myself to keep it in mind. And well, I certainly have done that. But anyway, look, I better get back to that's Crater Clavius. That's why I say Stanley Kubrick had the moon base located there, but the monolith itself was said to be found in Crater Tycho. And isn't it funny, as I just mentioned, Simon Shack, 9/11, you have three options, literal options, Judy Wood, right? Judy Wood and Dimitri Kalasov. So a wood, you find trees, Dimitri is half a tree. Tree has been cut down, friends. And well, if you go beyond the literal and you see through it, then you end up with Simon Shack. And Simon Shack gave us the SSSS model, the very next model to reality, but still having a sphere involved. In Simon's model, the sphere Earth doesn't move, but it's still a sphere, and he explains everything in terms of this. So this is the very best model of reality. That is not reality that we have, even much better than the scientific model. But what did Simon choose to call it? Well, Tycho, the Tycho model, SSSS Tycho model. Isn't that funny? So there we have. After Tycho Brahe, right? So Tycho Brahe, if it couldn't be more clear, Tycho Brahe, that's all fabrication. Anyway, Tycho Brahe was said to have his nose severed off in some sort of duel or something, proceeding from some sort of love entanglement. And well, for me, it's obvious. Follow is as plain as a nose in your face. Follow your nose, right? So Simon being massive clue giver, along the lines of Mark Sargent, not quite as prominent, but Simon also gave us his clues with September Clues and Clues Forum. So yeah, he dedicated his model to Tycho Brahe. I say it's just another clue along the pathway, and indeed, when I understood that we were dealing with reflections of one crater alone. I was looking for the source crater, and well, that's where my determination first fell on crater Tycho. It seemed the most obvious. Let me just point it out here on the map of the moon, or the moon image I have up. There we go. Look, it's the most prominent. And once again, we have all the shard-like patterns here associated with. You recognize this as well? This sort of outline. Well, that's associated with the moon. When you go out and look at the full moon, you'll see this particular glow surrounding it. And it's not a random glow. It's not a sort of equally distributed pattern. Yeah, it's something very roughly equivalent to this. And yeah, this is where I narrowed everything down to originally. Well, you could see good enough cause, but when I realized that this is the same as this, because once again, you have all of these different shard-like patterns associated with all of the craters to one degree or another. Here's an excellent example, and this is called crater Plato. They can see it here, and this helped me a lot when I was doing comparisons. You're getting to see the whole thing here, but yeah, this was the first determination, but then I left that behind, and yeah, well, all roads led to ARI-STAR-CHUS, and still do. They still do in every sense, what I mean by in every sense, both in terms of all the different and leads. I find, look, I have vast majority of all of these notes are all got to do with. Let me just go down and stop at random. So here, let me go down and stop at random and see if anything. There we go, stop at random. Ha! Arya Stark is a fiction character, American author J.R.R. Martin's award-winning A Song of Ice and Fire epic fantasy. Ice and fire, fucking hell! Earth was destroyed by fire. After destruction came in a period of big freeze. It wasn't as distant as you think it was, and then yeah, well, here we are now. So anyway, yeah, she is a prominent point of view character in the novels, and it's the only viewpoint character to appear in every published book of this series, ARI-STAR-CHUS. Right, so that's just a random stop. And actually, look, here we go. Flat accord music. Look what I wrote at the top here in code Dodo. Jizz is 999. Each letter J, I, and Z, only 3 letters, have the value of 9, 9, and 9. Well, that was the forward version of the code Dodo. So I actually go through it and okay, the backwards version. We still have to be no, they're 1 and 1. Okay, I have to see about the backwards version. I come up with a name for the backwards version, but just tar here. Tar is jizz. Tar is seaman, right? An able-bodied seaman is a tar. Martin lead key. Martin, I'm in tar. Lead key was a tar who talks about Tartaria. He doesn't talk about Tartarus, right? If you don't know anything about Tartarus, look up Tartarus. And back to Greek mythology. And yeah, Tartar is a very significant aspect of Greek mythology. But Martin Leakey, I'm in Tar Leakey. It was a Tar. He worked in the Navy, and yeah, he speaks a lot about Tartaria, and he tells us his family is from Estonia. What? Estonia? Estone is the S tone, which is the TH. That's the S tone, but it's not. That's the S word. Is TH. So isn't that funny? Yeah. So that's just one link, right? And how many people haven't seen Game of Thrones? Lots of people. I haven't seen it myself. Just seen clips of it here and there. But yeah, Arya Stark. ARI-STAR, yes, ARI-STAR, ARI-STAR, IROS, ARI-STAR-CHUS. Yeah. But again, it's all about context, right? Even if you were like someone here, you say, oh, I heard of ARI-STAR, that reminds me of ARI-STAR-CHUS. Now you look up ARI-STAR-CHUS and you see the historical character detailed, you know, and his findings, etc. And you go, grand, and the name of the crater on the moon, no, grand, yeah, but yet you still live in a globe Earth, so you can't put those pieces together. Still live in a globe Earth, and the moon is given, right? So you can't put those pieces together. You need a different context, and it's when you have the context, and then all roads lead there, you know. So let's just read Flat Accord Music. He said, PJ found more synchronicity about ARI-STAR-CHUS and Isaac Arthur. Isaac is Sebastopol. Is from Sebastopol, California. Check out Sebastopol on a California map and compare it to ARI-STAR-CHUS on the crater map. It syncs up. Oh man, I think, did I do that? I don't think I did that, fam. I don't think I've done that now. But that's it. That's interesting because Isaac Arthur is a prominent, which is not around ARI-STAR-CHUS. Isaac Arthur is he a prominent? Harry Starkus is a prominent author, but Isaac's, I think he has a YouTube channel anyway. And Isaac, no, that's not the guy. Isaac Arthur. Yeah, who's Isaac Arthur actually? A science communication YouTuber and futurist. He's best known as producer of his YouTube channel, Science and Futurism, with Isaac Arthur, where he discusses a broad variety of topics on futurism and space colonization. I never heard of him, man. I never heard of him, fam. I thought you were talking about a different Isaac Arthur, which is the guy. Who's the guy now? There we are, Arthur. Look, ARRTHUR, RTHUR. So that brought us back to JFK. So now that we're looking at the craters, now this might make a little bit more sense. The JFK Eternal Flame Memorial with the Eternal Flame at the center of something that looks very, very much like a crater, or, you know, especially an outline anyway. The guy, hang on, that's just what do you call it, my brain addling it. I'm in angst. I just have to think, which guy was I thinking you were? I don't know who I think you were. I thought you were referring to there. I think it's ARI-STAR-CHUS, and he has an astronomy channel, and I have it saved somewhere in there. Astronomy. Let's just type in astronomy here. No, that's not it. Anyway, okay. I only went there anyway because of something. Okay, I better not put up too many things. Yeah, back to JFK Memorial. There we have the crater itself. Decapitation. So the JFK, the Arthur-like figure was decapitated. His head blown off, right? Up and to the left. And yeah, Kennedy. So Kennedy in Irish is Ceann Éide, or head wound. So all of these different connections are being made, and what I say, the tie that binds everything is, well, ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? The decapitated tree of life, the castrated tree of life. Well, we want to look at it. But that's interesting. Now I'm going to leave that link up, and continue on. Okay, where did I leave off? Oh, here we go, yeah. Kubrick was subconsciously programmed us all with the idea that 9/11, 2001 would be a mass media ritual executed on a movie screen, both literally on television and our collective subconscious, which would begin our inner space odyssey and rebirth into a new age. Very interesting idea, right? And very, very involved as well. So don't rush into it if you haven't sort of encountered it before, or you reach the peripheral, say, don't rush into it. But again, we have to, if you're thinking along the lines that I'm thinking of, or thinking along the lines that I'm thinking of, we have to understand that the clues are all presented for us throughout the ages, not just you know, last 50 years or so. So Kubrick, in a sense, is just carrying on a tradition, and yeah, he has been put to the sort of the pinnacle. People like Kubrick, the Beatles, the Beatles, most famous band in history. Well, what's the most famous album? Well, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is the most famous album in history. So yeah, we can look at all of these offerings. Well, well, we can look at all of these offerings. Let's put it like that. Both literally on television and our collective subconscious, which will begin our inner space odyssey and rebirth into the new age. One of the most iconic images of the 9/11 hoax is the picture of Flight 175 speeding towards the South Tower. The movie 2001 contains a similar image of a plane approaching twin wheels of the space station. So this is all fake, right? This is all a fake backdrop. Movie Spider-Man came out in 2001. Again, I'm going back to the memory now, but it came out in summertime, just before summertime of 2001, and it stood out. It's historic in the sense that it was the first movie to feature a fully computer-generated New York backdrop. So what also came out at the same time is the classification of Operation Northwoods. So if you haven't heard of Operation Northwoods, well, you should just look it up. It's old news at this stage, but none of this is incidental. Right? We're prepared and coached, if you will, guided, directed, like a directed energy weapon. At every step. So just to get back to Judy Wood, if we reverse everything, yeah, Judy Wood, energy weapons from space. The song I sang, by the way, was called Ode to the Twins, OWED, because the song was written from the point of view of the Twin Towers, which were looking for a cause of their demise. So, yeah, Ode to the Twins, and Stuck on Judy Wood. Yeah, Stuck on Judy Wood. But yeah, Judy Wood, if we reverse it, well, that's what I say is happening. So the directed energy weapons will be coming from the ground upwards to reinflate the collapsed barrier that came about because of the massive destruction by fire of the Tree of Life, ARI-STAR-CHUS. We live on the back of the Tree of Life. And I was just thinking in terms of craters. So we have the great ice wall that surrounds the Earth. That makes sense to me. That fits into my thinking, and the sun has only a certain reach, and also the barrier is permeable. So yeah, if we think in that sense, we live in one massive crater, would you surmise? Anyway, plain or no plain argument. So here's another funny one. John Lear of Learjet's fame came out with an affidavit talking about the impossibility of the occurrences of 9/11 regarding the functionality of the planes themselves. It turns out that John Lear is pivotal then to the plane or no plane argument, and there's that suspicion that John Lear and Neil Armstrong are one and the same, and it's not without foundation. It's very difficult to get high definition pictures of John Lear as a youngster, similar to George Bush, right? But John Lear has something to say about ARI-STAR-CHUS as well. Very mysterious object, he called it, and with his aliens and structures on the moon, he says it could be very similar to a nuclear power plant generator or nuclear generating center, which is exactly what they say the sun is, right? But he says that's specifically about ARI-STAR-CHUS. And I guess you could just use those search terms if you don't believe me. I don't think I have the links. I have so many links scattered, I don't know where anything is. So you're going to have to find it yourself. So that just that connection made to 9/11 as well. And let's continue on. I didn't think it was going to take this long. Not really. I knew just me being involved in it was going to take ages. But anyway, the movie 2001 contains a similar image of a plane approaching the twin wheels of the space station. There we go. And if you looked at this from a certain angle, if I just copy that image and rotated it to the vertical, and you looked at it head on, I guess you'd see a H, would you not? For Hal, H for Hal, HAL. And I pointed out the last time, HAL, and you add an O to the end, you get a HALO. You wonder why that might be. Interesting, the plot of Kubrick's black comedy masterpiece Dr. Strangelove revolves around a jet airplane on a rogue, low-level attack mission. Wasn't that a B-52 as well? Or was it General Buck? Buck is a male doe deer, a female deer. Doe. Do I remember that song? Do a deer, a female deer, a drop of golden sun. Me a name I call myself, far a long, long way to run. So a needle pulling thread, law, a note to follow, so tea, a dip of jam and bread, and that will bring you back to do. You think they come up with something better for law? Oh lordy, people hold on. Oh lordy. So this is a quote from General Buck Turgidson. If the pilot's good, see, I mean, if he's really sharp, he can barrel that baby in so low, you ought to see it sometime. It's a sight. A big plane like a 52, vroom. It's I was actually I was thinking about this yesterday. It's jet exhaust frying chickens in the barnyard. So yeah, there was an ambulance guy. He was just sitting as I was just about to go to my usual busking spot, and he was just sitting there in an ambulance. And I went over and I took the opportunity just to say to him, I mean, well, I had to ask him about the cannabis. Did you know about cannabis oil curing cancer, and what do you think about that? And is it difficult to work for an organization where you have these? I don't know. Anyway, I got into that whole thing. But one of the things he asked me, what do you think about airplanes and air fuel? I said, man, that's another hoax. It's turbo engines. They take in exhaust, they take in air, and it's just compressed air. This is how they operate for the most part. It's not hot, flaming jet exhaust. Because have you seen that those images of planes coming into very restricted runways, one in particular on the beachfront, and you see all the people just having a great time as the plane comes in and they get blown back by the wake, and it's not a wake to fry chickens in the barnyard, right? It's not. It's a cooler breeze. So yeah, this tells you you're not dealing with what the time you're dealing with. But anyway, Flight 77 was traveling at treetop height before it hit the Pentagon. Major Kong is the commander of the bomber. His name is reference to King Kong. The 1976 version of the movie King Kong is set at the Twin Towers. I could just imagine now. I could spend loads of time looking back, I guess, and decoding stuff. But look, that's in your face, isn't it? And I sort of left this sort of thinking behind maybe 6 years ago. Looking into all of these different offerings. But maybe it's time to get back to it again in a new light. King Kong, he doesn't mention it here, but King Kong Man, Simon Jack, also brings up regarding his analysis of the footage from 9/11, where we have someone located down here, and they're sort of gasping for air at the window, torn between the flames inside and the height is the death outside. And when you do a sort of size comparison in relation to known heights, which is the heights of all the windows are known, the guy turns out to be like 16 feet or something. So King Kong Man, he was called by Simon Shack. And Simon is an insider. He's a clue giver. And where is he based actually? Well, he's based in Rome of all places. And his dad used to work with the UN. So what they do with all of these characters is ingrain lots of sort of conspiracy candy. The way when you get over the awe associated with some of the revelations they come out with, you then start straight into questioning whether these characters who sort of know too much, who are just too spot on, are compromised in some way or another, and then you're led down this honey trail, which is easily found. And again, for controversial purposes, we're always meant to see through the characters, though, and make progress in terms of our own personal investigations. So anyway, not surprisingly, we have King Kong as well. Actually, KK. Let me show you how KK is in codes 9/11. So here we have. Oh no, I can't draw on that. I know, just quickly. It's K. And there's reverse K. So if we read it one way, we get I X O. If we read it a different way, we get X I. Well, then we have the X again. The X is 10. So IX is 9 and XI is 11. So that's how KK encodes 9/11 King Kong. What does 9/11 mean? Well, so not surprisingly, 11 is the first number to appear on screen on the code device that must be activated to disarm the bomb in Dr. Strangelove. EDB11. The device is called a CRM114 discriminator. Now, I have thought about this because this CRM114 is prominent throughout, well, it certainly appears in more than one place throughout separate works of Stanley Kubrick. If you just type in Stanley Kubrick and CRM114, I'm not going to do it. I better get this finished, right? It's even half one. For fuck's sake, Pete. Jesus, I didn't even get around to the story. Better save the story till the next time, man. But yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good because it goes back to Jupiter and Saturn. So again, I'm going back thinking about those things, and Looks like we're not going to get around to it tonight, though. But yeah, CRM 114. I certainly have thoughts about that. I must have them written down somewhere now, and I did make some progress. But yeah, just noted for now. It's for instance, in Clockwork Orange, the main protagonist there, anti-hero, was injected with serum 114 SERUM. So yeah, it appeared in a different guise and different movie, and there's other connections as well throughout other movies. But twin pillars symbolism evident in the bomb payload. So here we go. Near the end of the movie, the generals in the war room informed that the recall code of the bomber is OPE, a variant of both peace on earth and purity of essence. Purity of essence. I think this is bringing us back to well, the seaman or tar serum. After the 1993 bombing, a Peace on Earth sculpture was erected each year at the WTC Plaza during the holiday season. One thing that also went up after the 9/11 symbolic hoax was the Pillars of Light. Remember the Pillars of Light that they be quite once a year? Two massive pillars of light that are shot up into the sky. This again is symbolic and an inverse of Judy Wood's Jews. So like directed energy weapons, but they're coming from ground upwards. And the ultimate purpose being to reinflate the bubble and to take the place of the giant trees. Yeah, or more particularly the one tree, which is ARI-STAR-CHUS and all its tree utilities. So let's continue. Kubrick's heavy involvement in productions such as 9/11 was absolutely essential because events like September 11th and the JFK assassination were not real attacks that occurred spontaneously. They were made for television productions that were crafted and planned with the same level of detail and symbolism he put into his film projects. One of the most remarkable aspects of the 9/11 hoax was the fact that the television networks played the footage of the towers collapsing repeatedly for an entire week, if not longer, after the event. As Diane Sawyer said during a broadcast, all we can do is relive the horror each time we see it. Another remarkable aspect, this is a scene from exactly what I was talking about before he went through this brainwashing. He was injected with serum SERUM 114. Another remarkable aspect of the 9/11 staged event is the way it looked like something out of a movie. Prior to September 11, Hollywood released a flood of disaster films: Godzilla, Armageddon, Deep Impact, Independence Day, featuring our friend Will Smith, who also made an appearance in another, how would you describe it? Significant movie, anyway, which was when our friend Barack Obama was being elected after the long reign of George Bush and the Bush dynasty. Yeah, the very same year, 2008, the movie Hancock came out with the alternative or in-way title, Tonight He Comes. Tonight He Comes was the go-to secondary title. But Hancock, they decided on. That's a movie, actually. I did see it well, in and around, or maybe a bit later on. I did see it, though, and I didn't think too much about it. But it'd be worth going back to now because, well, context is different for me. Anyway. So yeah, they all featured elaborate special effects showing iconic buildings such as the World Trade Center being destroyed. And when we look at these cinematographic efforts, they do a much better, more convincing job than what the faked footage that laden with holes that we were presented with did. But that tells you something in itself, doesn't it? That they could have done a much better job, but they didn't. Or they is, or a much better job could have been done. Now that we know we're dealing with cinematographics, right? Anyway, Wikipedia 2001 contained groundbreaking special effects designed by Kubrick to give the viewer a dazzling mix of imagination and science, and winning Kubrick his only personal Oscar, an Academy Award for visual effects. 2001: A Space Odyssey, The Shining, and Doctor Strange all contain clear visual reference to the 9/11 hoax. Full Metal Jacket also contains a 9/11 visual reference. There's the Millennium Hotel from the back. So when the two towers came down, the Millennium Hotel revealed, the monolith revealed itself. Two towers of separation, right? Jacqueline and Boaz. These are applied to ourselves. Jacqueline and Boaz, that doesn't even mean anything to me. I just know that that's what the pillars are called, right? But we apply this to ourselves and the divided state of us, right? US, divided state of us. All of this faked imagery, everything's wrong here. Everything is wrong. The perspective, how can all of these buildings be captured like this? And from where were they captured? It would be impossible. All of this work is done. And as I say, yeah, if you're new to this consideration, well, I would say don't dwell on it. Don't dwell on it. Move straight to the beyond the literal, right? Just all you have to do is to understand if some of it is faked, then all of it's going to be fake. If it is fake, no one has to die. No one dies. So therefore, we can understand that and rage about it and tell your friends and family and all that, and never come back to it again because your chain was yanked and you're just fooled to a degree beyond measure. Or, yeah, you can go through all of that process and still retain what's presented and look at it with new eyes for some greater symbolic significance. And this is what none of these characters do. IPS, Brian Stapley is the same. He didn't do anything like that. He doesn't. Yeah, it's unnatural. That's all I can say. It's unnatural to my mind anyway. Assuming everything's on board. Well, everything's definitely on board with IPS, right? There's no doubt about that. But with Brian, yeah, that's a different matter. And you know, I respect Brian for what he talks about, and I'm a bit baffled by, you know, but I'm not really at the same time. But you know, it can be confusing as to why. Um, yeah, why as we go on, it becomes more and more necessary to early identify any actors, agents, operatives in the game, the way we will, first of all, be aware ourselves and understand that even though there might be good information there, will be a limitation and we're prone to be misled. But also, for any other genuine people on the search, we want to alert them, right, to the possibilities anyway. So when you come along and say it doesn't matter, that's extremely suspicious, and you know, it matters a lot. But yeah, it is what it is, and every man has his part. Let's continue here. Loads of references in Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. This is just one of them here. So Kubrick's final film, Eyes Wide Shut, contains several clear visual connections to the 9/11 stage production, the most obvious of which is the fact that the director changed the setting from the story from the early 20th century Vienna to the late 1990s New York City, New York, the Big Apple. The movie was released 2 years before September 11th, 2001. Yes, it was. Wikipedia. While Stanley Kubrick was interested in making a film about sexual relations as early as 1962, during production of Doctor Strangelove, the project only took off after he read Arthur Schnitzler's Dream Story in 1968. The same year 2001 was released, and construction of the Twin Towers began 33 years, of course, before fall. And just to bring the connection of Jesus in, 9/11 is said in other circles to be the birth date of Jesus, September 11th. which is very, very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. When we also connect the date of the switcheroo between Paul and McCartney, one of the dates given is November 9th, 1966, or 9/11/66, as we would write it here in Europe, in Ireland, England. So all very interesting that these connections are being made. The protagonist of Eyes Wide Shut never appears at the World Trade Center, but he does venture down to Greenwich Village. Green is the color of the heart chakra, and the Greenwich Meridian is also the 0 degree standard, I guess, that all other longitudes are based on. And that's another thing, yeah. So that's another thing I've written down, and I delved into, and I'd forgotten about completely to look back into it, because I was actually down in Greenwich. Oh, that was a story, man. I was down in Greenwich. Oh, cool. Don't get me. Shit. Oh, no. Oh, that was desperate, man. Oh. Shit. I hadn't thought about that in ages. So just briefly, right? Down in Greenwich, I was living just as I was 18, just left school, went over to my aunt's, not going to England. And we went down to Greenwich, just whatever, we met up with some of their friends in the pub and just had a few drinks. And we just made it back for the last tube, right, the underground train. And it was about a half an hour journey, a bit more maybe, was it? Yeah, about a half an hour though, maybe say half an hour, 40 minutes. Definitely sort of elongated period like that. But it was fucking no stop, right? So you couldn't. His last train, there was stops all right, but his last train, there was no toilets on the train, and you couldn't hop out because you only had like maybe 10 seconds to let people on off, 15 seconds, and you just couldn't do it. So that was bad enough. I had to fucking hold it all the way, and because we started the usual, we got too happy as it came time to leave. But if we didn't get the tube home, then we'd be faced with, I don't know, 100 quid taxi or something. We didn't want to do that. And it's my aunt and uncle as well, I remember. And oh Jesus! So I was dealing with that pain of holding in a piss. I was dying for piss from pretty much the start since I got onto the train. My aunt and uncle were across from me. I think they were across from me, or they were at one side of me, whatever. But I was all the way. And then you had the movement of the train. And after a few beers, young fella as well, not used to drinking too much. I said, "Oh man, this is not going good." The train was packed enough, and there was people sitting. It wasn't just standing everywhere, but the train was packed enough, and there was people next to me, and yeah. Suddenly, my stomach gave way, and I just had to be sick. And I just, out of instinct, I turned to my right and I puked all over your one next to me, who I didn't know from Adam. Instead of even puking on myself, I wouldn't have minded. I was killing myself. I was going, "Why don't you puke on yourself, man?" And I ended up puking on all over her stomach and her lap. Like she had a coat on and stuff, but it was still all over her. And I think I did that once and then maybe got sick on the ground or something while I was sitting down. And after I sort of recovered somewhat, uh, you still down for a piss. But after I recovered somewhat, it was still about 15 or 20 minutes to go, and I couldn't do anything with the puke, but just sort of covered underneath my feet. And your one was just sitting there next to me, and I daren't look around. I daren't look to my right for the rest of the train journey. While to my left, my aunt and my uncle were sitting there pretending they didn't know me at all. So that's my memory of Greenwich in England. That's south of London. So Greenwich itself was chosen specifically to represent the 0 point, right, on the longitudinal axis. So yeah, that's one thing I must write that there now just to get back to that. because I was making some progress, and indeed I had made a lot of progress. The spherical coordinate system applies to the sky, not to the ground. The ground is for the most part, a flat and a stationary plane, and a grid-like Cartesian coordinate system is most appropriate there. So yeah, all of these longitude and latitude. Well, this goes into the one aspect of the square and compass, Masonic square and compass, the square on the ground, the compass above the square with the G in the center. That's one aspect. That yeah, the Cartesian coordinate system is the most appropriate for a flat plane, just like for local ordnance maps, right? It's only when we get to international level that to produce the spherical coordinate system. But yeah, for me, fundamentally, it applies to the contour of the sky, and much can be gleaned from it, you know. And well, that's another thing. I have to get around to the flat Earth map, maybe, or my representation of it. I certainly have most puzzle pieces in place, you know. And well, I wouldn't be anywhere without the dodo, that massive clue. But another massive clue is the Oculus mosaic. And well, that's to be found beneath the WTC Center in New York, and also on the floor of a certain Chambers Street subway station. And well, we're reminded instantly of Chambers of the Heart, or Law Chambers, or Chambers of the Heart, most especially. And well, the green is the color of the heart chakra. Right. In the novella, the protagonist encounters a prostitute named Mizzy. For the movie adaptation, Kubrick changed the name of the prostitute to Domino. Wikipedia. In addition to relocating the story from Vienna in the 1900s to New York City in the 1990s, Kubrick changed the time frame of Schnitzler's story from Mardi Gras to Christmas, Xmas. So we're, oh, hang on. What did we do there? Did not do that, man. There we go. To Xmas. So yeah, another juxtaposition, and well, another invocation of Jesus, right? Or the Jesus, the whole nativity story. So it's all very, very interesting, and especially when we come to consider ARI-STAR-CHUS and the decapitated tree of life, right? And what actually the Christmas ritual might represent. Jesus, I was just thinking I'm terrible. I was thinking, yeah, I'll get this out of the way, and I'll also get a short story I'm going to read, not tonight, out of the way in a half an hour. And anyone waiting in chat, just send me a request, and I'll send you a link. So, geez, it just shows you. I have to apologize. I mean, I don't intend to do it. It's just the way it is. I think it comes down to me not being able to talk to anyone at all about any of this sort of stuff. So just that I am talking aloud, I get distracted and diverted so easily. So it's definitely not intentional. So yeah, I really do apologize. And if you want to, so it won't be tonight, right? Sorry about that. I'll go for another few minutes and I'll finish this. But if you definitely want to have a chat with me, let's say we're fishing pirate there. You wanted to come on, just leave a message underneath the video here, and definitely set aside time the next time around. I would say with Maggie as well, and I'm sorry as well, Maggie, not being in touch. And I did say that to you before, that me and Stephen, everything's sort of torn apart, and it's difficult to formulate relations with anybody on any level. And that's the truth. That is the absolute truth as well. So yeah, well, once again, apologies, but just maybe get around to that next time. But consider matters here. He moved it specifically to Christmas. So Jesus has been invoked again, the birth of Christ, birth of the Savior. So here we have a tree, right? A decapitated tree, a cut tree. This is why I call it decapitated, right? It's not, two different terms. Castrated is another good term for it, but it's a separated, divided tree that we plant on an X, right? X mass, Christ mass. So Christ and X are being associated here. So X marks the spot. X within the O. If we imagine what the X represents is a tree stump sticking out from the other side, well, then we have the X planted on the O. Remember the game X's and O's, tic-tac-toe? Yeah, we have all of the different associated decorations then with the baubles, possibly representing the planets, right? We have the star at the top representing Polaris. We have the presence underneath, for me representing when everything is reconnected, the eternal presence of Jesus representing this hope for reconnection. And this is why Jesus is without and within as well. When the tree was cut, like I compared so many times with one of those, let me bring it up, let me have it on. How did I have the visuals back? What did I, fiber optic. Fiber optic tree. Not a Christmas tree though. No, it's not a fiber optic tree. What am I thinking of? A fiber optic lamp. There we go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Look at that. Perfect. So let me just bring one here. Right. So it's the tree intact. Then the tree was decapitated, so the top was cut off. Right. Now the energy was still being delivered, but the distribution system was totally destroyed. Imagine bringing all those strands together and cutting it off with your shears, your scissors. What sort of expression would be had upon the ceiling or something like that in a dark room? I would say something very similar to the moon or the sun. So Jesus representing this other potential, this other half, right? And this reconnection is made at Christmas time. Actually, now I'm thinking something else. Okay, shit. Okay. Yeah, look, I'm always in my own mind knowing that you're not right about anything, man. You just, you know, and whenever anything else, any other thoughts occur, I'll throw them into perspective and be absolutely willing to change my mind on everything, you know. But yeah, something occurred there. But anyway, that's the basic idea. So we have the decapitation on top, different expression then, all the skyline. So they almost look like stars at the end. So the same thing is being expressed, but via a sort of a different mechanism, or a lack of a delivery system. And yeah, this is where everything is reduced back to a singular source for all the skylines. Now, where the planets fit into that, I guess a few things could be in play here, and one of the main things being what exactly is the nature of the remnants of the trees, essentially. You know, if it's, for instance, well, I think it's a palm tree, right? It's an evergreen tree or whatever. It's something along those lines. But if the tree itself is has some sort of body to it, and let's say the limbs, or a certain number of the limbs were also decapitated. Well, what's emanating from the limbs could be representing the planets, if you know what I mean. I mean, ultimately, it's all a construct. So how close can we come to understanding everything? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see how that goes. But as I say, do I understand anything? I don't know. I'm trying to piece the pieces together, and you know, me going back to this, I guess everything for a reason. But I certainly was here. Maybe I better get on with this now. I certainly was here in a different light 6 or 7 years ago. So let's just work our way through this. So here we have the dominoes, and back to Christmas, and we change from Mardi Gras to Christmas, or Xmas, or Christmas. But also associated with Christmas, we have present, right, which is past, present, and future. Goes to Christmas past, goes to Christmas present, goes to Christmas future, and well, underneath the tree we have eternal presence, right? We're outside of time, outside of time. And what is time? Well, time came into being as we know it with the decapitation of ARI-STAR-CHUS, with the creation of the Son of Man, right? So the Son came out of the destruction, like a phoenix from the ashes, the ashes. Well, funny enough, anus is an anagram. A Son. Analema is anal. Me. Yeah, all incidental, right? If you look if you look at your anus, it's very crater-like. A sun, the sun is crater-like as well, right? Let me just show you that as well. If you haven't seen that, let me bring up full screen. Maybe it will be easier for you to picture it. You see it? Three-dimensionality to it. Everything is sort of sweeping inwards, right? So understanding that the sun is a reflection, so we're looking at a reflection of something that's sweeping inwards. That brings us back into crater consideration. My screen keeps sort of flashing black. I think I'm afraid to take off the back. I'm sure it's just a cable or something. But I guess I'll have to do that at some stage. I want to bring it to somebody, because you never know. I don't have money like sort of. You never know how much to charge you. If it was 20 quid or something, I can handle that. They come along and say any number of things, and I can't handle that. But it seems to be working okay at the minute anyway. So here we go again. The tremendous amount of dust created by the collapse of Twin Towers necessitated that the first responders wear protective masks. No one died in 9/11, by the way. None of these. This is all staged. I mean, the movie was made before. I remember Kid A is the soundtrack to 9/11. So the movie was made at least at that stage. And I also told a very interesting story, which I don't want to get into now, but it just happened. And it's one of those things that you take to be so fucking true. It's unbelievable. But that story is fantastic, and it involved a test audience, and no better test audience than a load of prisoners. So one this was told to me from a guy who was either a parole officer or some sort of social worker. I was involved as a liaison with prisoners, as they were coming back into civilian life or whatever you call it. But yeah, one particular guy told him the story that he witnessed 9/11 a year before it happened when he was in prison and he was invited to do some sort of work outside on a day out, and he got on a bus and himself and some other prisoners, and they all went to this facility, they didn't know where, and they were just told to go into a room. They were served tea and cakes and whatever, and just told to wait until they were contacted. And on the television that they were watching while they were drinking tea, 9/11 went down. Not exactly as we saw it a year later, so or whatever, a year or so later, and your man told this story to when he was released from jail, he told the story, and no one believed him because the Twin Towers were still there, so he was actually crazy man, right? But afterwards, he told the story that how would you describe it? What a horrible thing. How would you describe what happened to them? He experienced it. 9/11 happened a year before it happened. It happened for everyone else a year afterwards. And obviously he's going to be labeled crazy first of all for that alone, but then discredited because he's a prison an ex-con. So how I came by that story when I was on above top secret, trying to spread the word about 9/11 media fakery, and this guy came in, the ex-social worker or whatever, and told the story. He said, "Look, I've just been reading your thread. I have nothing to do with this. I have no dog in it or anyway. But I have to tell you this story, and that's the story he told me. That's the bones of it anyway." And I said, "Perfect. Every movie needs a test audience, right?" So that's bringing it back a year, at least a year before that. And as I say, Kid A is the soundtrack to 9/11, and that was released in 2000. And yeah. So Wikipedia says Carolyn Rue, writing in her 2007 book Symbols in Stanley Kubrick's movie Eyes Wide Shut, argues that the mask is the prime symbol of the film The Mask, Somerton Mansion, reflecting the masks that all wear in society, a point reinforced by Tim Kreider, who notes the many masks in the prostitute's apartment. Use of numbers and signs used for 9/11 predictive programming has been covered extensively on the internet. Clocks are the most commonly used prop for this technique. Other examples are Neo's password in the Matrix, the Quotient records on the bridge in Terminator, and the New York City bus company schedule in The Simpsons. Clayton B. on godlikeproductions.com astutely pointed out 7 years ago the same type of 9/11 foreshadowing in Eyes Wide Shut. So we have 9 o'clock, and then we have button 11, I guess. Shortly after, but that's easy stuff to spot. That's easy, you know what I mean? It's not significant. Once you spot so many different 9/11 connections, then by finding further connections, that's just, extraneous in a sense. But, we know that Kubrick is intrinsic to it all. So let's see what the deeper layers are. But anyway, shortly after 9/11 occurred, someone figured out that a $20 bill could be folded in half to resemble the collapsing towers. Okay, we can buy that back that 2010, 2012. The idea that connecting the left and right halves of a bill give it value or meaning is included in the taxi cab scene. And Bill, this is Bill as well, and also the two halves, right? The divided state being represented. So the two halves, the twin towers. So something has been torn in half to give us the twins. So the twins in Kubrick's, let's go back up. The twins have been torn apart instead of something being torn apart. So the twins, they showed a picture of them. Yeah, these twins. They showed the gruesome. There we go. There's where the twins have been torn apart. Hang on a minute. Yeah, but something has been torn apart to give us the twin bills. There we have IL as well, right? Bill, B-ill, B-ill. We start working on these letter numbers, and I definitely need to coagulate all my different notes and thoughts on that. So let's go down. First shot of Eyes Wide Shut shows Alice. So Alice in Wonderland reference maybe in her dressing room, standing between the sonic twin pillars. All-seeing eye, remember I showed it? Hang on. Actually, let me show you. What is a perfect example here? Actually, remember I was talking about ARI-STAR-CHUS and Herodotus, and one ARI-STAR-CHUS representing the bicycle wheel, and Herodotus representing, say, the tire, the outside one particular portion. Here we have Archimedes' crater. So this is a perfect illustration of what I was talking about there. We look at the chaos within Crater Clavius, and then we look at the clean cutness of Archimedes here. So this is a perfect illustration that we're dealing with. Well, whatever was the best way to frame that. But that's Crater Archimedes. But here we go. Yeah. That's what I said. The all-seeing eye is up here. So let's just put them side by side for just. Yeah. Look at this white spot even here. Look. Notice the 8 in the center here of ARI-STAR-CHUS. What's it, a capital G? So the other things to be made of this as well, but yeah. It just reminded me of that. I meant to show you that earlier on as I was showing you this. So we have the square and compass here. Look. Compass at the top, square at the bottom. At the beginning of the movie, Tom Cruise character Dr. Bill Hartford and his wife attend a party where a pair of gorgeous models attempted to seduce him. The audience learned that he met one of the women at the Rockefeller Plaza. The Rockefellers were responsible for the building of the Twin Towers. Rockefeller, right? There we have rock as well. Peter is the rock, right? Feller of the rock. Why is a tree felled? Isn't that peculiar language? You know, did you ever wonder about that when we learn English? Why is a tree felled? Well, life is if I fell, just like if a tree is felled, and a rock fellows. What is a rock? What is a stone? What is sand? What is land? That's the big question you have to ask yourself. What is that? Yeah, what is everything? What is Earth? You know, and well, it's been clearly established that Kubrick directed the fake Apollo moon landings and most likely also directed the JFK assassination hoax and the JFK junior death hoax Because the director took nearly a decade or more to complete a film, Kubrick was able to devote as much time as necessary to overseeing these staged historical events. September 11th was a horse of a different color. The scale of 9/11 hoax was so immense that it's extremely likely that Kubrick's death was faked so that he could give the massive production his full attention. His final project, Eyes Wide Shut, were designed to achieve many goals, one of which was planting the meme in the alternate research community that revealed too much and had to be taken out. Victor Ziegler says in the movie, Bill, you have an idea how much trouble you got yourself into last night just by going over there. Who do you think these people were? They were not some ordinary people. If I told you their names, I'm not going to tell you their names, but if I did, I think you'd not sleep so well at night. If Kubrick's death was indeed another elaborate hoax in a long list of elaborate hoaxes with which he was involved, then it is likely Eyes Wide Shut was chosen over the other project he had in development for the reason that the explosive and incriminating nature of the material provided the alternative research community with a handy conspiracy-oriented explanation for his sudden death. The idea that Kubrick's death was faked is never mentioned by conspiracy theorists. Well, I certainly mentioned it, but and that was going back to, you published this blog here, or whatever it is, in 2015. I certainly mentioned that loads of times, early doors, way back, 2011, 12. It's obvious, and yeah, it's obvious. So once you see beyond, it was always meant to be obvious as well. So this is what I'm talking about. Once we have a different context to all of these happenings are non-happenings, well then we can look for these clues. I'll ask at the end a question, and we'll see how the answer comes out. Only small people were in position in 2001 to verify, but absolutely certainly 3,000 people died on September 11th. The website Clues Forum that is an excellent resource for in-depth research on the subject of fake or simulated deaths on 9/11. A much smaller number people were in position to verify with absolute certainty that Stanley Kubrick did in fact die from a sudden heart attack on March 7th, 1999. Okay. Just thinking, considering the date itself, almost, so March is the third month, so we have 37777. Okay. All most people will ever know about these reported deaths is what they're told and shown by the media. President Merkin Muffley says, "This is preposterous. I've never approved of anything like that." And Ambassador, the screen keeps bubbling. Sadowski, our source was the New York Times. U.S. attack, hijacked jets, destroyed. I'm have to go to this as well with a fine tooth comb and see what other clues are lurking. Hijacked jets, destroyed Twin Towers, and hit Pentagon in Day of Terror. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm going to come back to this picture now and evaluate it. This is completely fabricated. This came out on the day itself. This is not what happened. Not what happened. And look how fake and fabricated it actually looks. But everything in this picture is very significant indeed. And I'll come back to that. I'm just saying myself, you should go back to it yourself. I'll leave the link in the chat again. Hijacked jets, destroyed Twin Towers, and hit the Pentagon in Day of Terror. Now, I'm not sure if the guy who runs, so yeah, this was February 18th, 2015, one day before my birthday, actually, well, not 2015, but February 19th. I'm not sure if is that an actual? Does anyone know if there's anyone still listening? Is that an actual September 12th, 2001? Is that an actual front cover of the New York Times where they left that blank symbolically like that? Black Day for America and all this. because of course, well, what did that reflect? The monolith, right? So that connection is solidified, absolutely solidified. So what are we to make of all of this? What are we left with? What is it? How far along does it take us? So Kubrick was in it, and I was a media hoax, but to what end? What was the purpose of it all? And well, this is where we can't stop. We can't just stop at where Brian stops, which is just the literal exposing 9/11 media hoax. I'm not saying that's all he does. He does lots of different things, like, but yeah, we can spot the hoaxes till the cows come home. But is there any greater significance in them? And of course there is. Of course there is. So as individual investigators, I mean, we've come this far. We can't just end it there. We can't just turn off the tape at that point. I don't think it works that way, but I guess you can do what you want. So yeah, very interesting. Lots up for consideration here. And I mean, if you haven't considered any of this sort of stuff, what can I do there? I can't do. What can I really do? I don't even want to be. I didn't want to read this, but just as I read the last night, I said, "Fuck it, I'll read that," because I'm aware that it's still such a controversial topic, and most people are arguing or stuck arguing about the literal. When there's a greater connection here, and I just added my own input here in the sense that I'm bringing ARI-STAR-CHUS into everything, right? So yeah, these pathways are laid out for us, and I'm not saying I'm walking the pathway, but I'm putting things together in a certain way. So something else just after occurring to me looking at this picture on the screen here now. Okay. We'll put that link in chat. Some stuff showing. I think this is an excellent facility here. StreamYard. Okay, sorry about that. Look, apologies to everybody again. I'm sure there's probably lots of questions as well, and there's lots of areas we can get delve deep into. And, just the way I am as well, having someone on for just to have a conversation, for me to bounce things, or them to bounce things off me as well, that would definitely be productive. So I apologize if it's frustrating for anybody. As Paul Curran says here at the end, each of their own brain. I was a Glober, I was a flat earther, only concave makes sense to me. Okay, well, I didn't know you were concave, Paul. No, I can't. Concave is true, but not the way I look at it, not in that literal sense. Concave is Earth is defined by everything within the interior of a barrier, a separating barrier which separates the realm from everything beyond. So Earth can be said to be concave in a particular sense, but only in that way. I mean, Australia is not above the ground. I just can't believe that. No, I can't. I can't stretch that way, and not to discredit by association. But when Lord Stephen Christ, funnily, ARI-STAR-CHUS is Christ's aura, but Stephen Christ actually was talking to Stephen a few years ago when he did his hangouts, and he didn't have me on again, but asked a few different. I asked him, did he know about 9/11? Did he investigate the 9/11 media hoax because he's so excellent at computer graphics. I sort of hummed and hawed about it, and I knew straight away. I said, this guy is acting his part, and well, isn't it funny then that he said to have spent 33 months in prison? I saw the video straight away. I said, bollocks here, sort of bollocks. But 33 months in prison for threatening Obama in some way or some form of fashion. And well, considering what I have discovered about Obama, well, more theater, but that doesn't necessarily, I mean, kill the argument. But as I said, I just can't get beyond Australia, been above there. If Ireland and Australia and New Zealand are antipodal, uh, Australia and New Zealand have to be up there. And that's as crazy as I said to somebody today as well. They've turned us all crazy. We think it's a perfectly normal position to hold that right now there are people upside down to us going about life just as we do, in a completely inverted position relative to our position. That's insane. So yeah, the basis of our reality is contravened there, Paul. That's my reaction to it. Was back then. Oh no, I'm going back to the very start, am I? Shit. I'm sorry, I'm going back to the very start. So where Paul said that. So the basis, oh shit, that's. So Jimbo, you let loads of comments as well. The Ides of March is one of the big astrological dates. Elites like to pull stunts on 420s, you know, the big one, April 20th, and the big connection with April 20th, 420 and the dodo. So everything ties in. But Jesus, I didn't realize I went to the very start. I should have gone to the end, right? How did I get to the start? Sorry, there you go, Jimbo. There's the link here, and it's pretty basic as well. But I would say if you haven't, let me bring up calcified lies. That's fucking. I mean, that's out of this world, and I think that man is genuine, right? Because there was no holds or bars or restrictions on him. Right, as I was, yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's even cool. He doesn't seem to be active in years now. Calcified lies, and as I say, I can't vouch for anybody, but I did have personal interactions in chat or in posts. Maybe it was in Clue's former fakeologist with this man, and yeah, there was no holds barred. So definitely worth a read, and definitely now that we've come to flat Earth and beyond, we can put all of these different pieces and clues, or we can go about trying to put all of these different pieces of information and clues together and formulate a different type of cake, right, with a different context, right, different type of oven. um, so there's calcified lies. Let me just put that up the screen in case you haven't seen it there. And yeah, in case you're not watching the chat, so I'll keep that up on the screen. And I think that would be more worthwhile venture. Your man here, yeah, it's not that I don't think much of it, but it's a bit sort of all over the place. And he definitely refers to maybe previous work that you need to have reference to. And yeah, it's not easy to get your minds around any of this sort of stuff, is it? But make it easy. That's what I say. Make it easy. Make it fucking easy. If you don't understand something, fuck it away. If you have the right questions, well, it will all appear. If you look into where Oliver Stone was on 9/11, that's very interesting. And if you also look into where, oh, fuck it. That's it now. Perfect, right? So perfect. Let me do this then. where James Cameron was. So I was right then. So I'm right. I think that was right. So James Cameron directed Titanic, right? James Cameron had, or it was responsible for all of the imagery that we received from the sunken wreck. So yeah, where was James Cameron in 9/11? He was down looking at the Titanic, and he came up to receive the news that 9/11 was after going down. Where was Oliver Stone? He was in a university library talking about the movie JFK. One of his final thoughts he left us with was, what was it? If you, I can't quote it now, but it's something. It was something like, if you open your mind, if you open your mind, I have to look it up now. If you open your mind, understanding comes, or something like that. Now I have to look it up. Hang on. I'll share my screen here. Oliver Stone. And 9/11. Let's see if he was in there. He directed the movie as well, World Trade Center. Okay, well, my different thoughts on that. That the movie was made beforehand, right? So the movie was supposed to be released in 2004 and built obviously post 9/11. The movie was made beforehand, and so lots of the imagery was used for some of the action scenes that was presented the day itself. But no, the clip I'm thinking of, where was it? Hang on. Let me type in where was Oliver Stone on 9/11. No. I'll probably get a better hit in just Google itself. But anyway, I'm not bothered about that. Let me just type in where was James Cameron. James Cameron on 9/11. Not much coming up there as well now. And the memory hole, maybe. Lots of stuff is going down the memory hole. The first link that does come up is Don Lynch describing learning about 9/11 after a deep sea exploration dive on the Titanic. But that's Don Lynch over here, and not James Cameron. But the video I saw anyway, James was, but they didn't want to tell him while he was down there in case he had some sort of a freak out. So yeah, they waited for him to come up, and everyone was standing around, all the ship's crew and all of this sort of stuff, and they broke the news gently, and they heard the camera rolling, and they presented. So maybe that video is around there somewhere. But yeah, there's did I post that link? The skeleton key. Let me just try it again. Yeah, I did. Calcified lies. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, Jim. Definitely, Jimbo. Absolutely. I mean, it's very difficult to. Well, listen, it's not just Google. Look at Patricia. Who's deleted their channel? Patricia Steer's channel, absolute vanished. Right, her completely erased from the internet. Anthony Riley did it with some of his earlier stuff as well. But lots of the earlier stuff, some of the very, very biting and convincing stuff from 2015, 16. Lots of that stuff is gone. Just whole characters erased. Aaron Dover is, yeah, that's another character we talk about. Aaron Dover, very interesting character. But when he came out with his No Floors and 9/11 video, and it received much publication or much publicity, especially around conspiracy circles. I reminded him in a chat message that, hang on, bud, let's roll forums. And I posted a link and everything. We're through all of this 6 years ago. And he was like up in a huff about it, and he didn't like that at all. So this character then suddenly up and died, up and vanished, and left the scene. All videos, well, all videos still there. You find them, but not in an easy to access package. So yeah, just all of these different examples. For me, they're all actors. This guy was an actor. Aaron Dole was an actor, but a fake death. But yeah, regarding deleted information, absolutely. Don't worry too much about it. I don't. Difficult to know what to think about it, Jimbo. I mean, I certainly need to be talking to you about that and what your whole outlook is, what your whole determination is, on your whole worldview is with this new information. I think you said you were only into this for about a year, or flat Earth. I mean, I'm sure you've been into conspiracies before that. It sort of changes everything, and we, I see Yud in the chat. How you doing, Yud? We can all agree. Well, I won't speak for you, Yud, but you're at a different stage, early doors, and at a later stage, you're thinking about different things and you're building on certain things, and yeah, I don't know exactly where you're at, just in terms of overall considerations or reckonings. So I don't want to go out the wrong impression as well that I'm telling anybody anything. I'm not, absolutely not. But I've considered a lot of things from a lot of sides as well. And look, I've had all of these interactions with all of these bald heads, and yeah, we got to sort of think beyond the curve, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Making some sort of sense out of it all. Um, Yeah, well, everything is in it. Look at the clues. Look at the name. So we're asked to believe that all these names are. It's just incidental. These are all people who decided to give up their lives for flat Earth. But even Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent, Martin Liedtke. I talked about Antonio Subrat, Star IBS backward. There's so many other examples of that, and as you say, rhetoric and discourse, rumpus, oh, every one of them have something to say anyway. And paper explorator is a good one, right? Paper explorator is everything that's explained in paper, but when it comes to practicality, when it comes to the real science of it, we don't have anything. But etc. etc. Someone else came to mind there has been very revealing in terms of the name. But anyway, it's out of my mind now. It's getting late here. See what I read there? I meant to finish that, honestly, in 15 minutes. So I don't even like getting dragged back into it, but it's okay as well because I'll be reconsidering other things. A few things occurred to me there. Yeah, I mean, I better close down, but yeah, yeah, James Cameron was beneath the ocean in the wreck of the Titanic, we're told, at the time of 9/11. The video didn't seem to be coming up immediately anyway. But remember the question I asked earlier on, what are the 4 events here that facilitated this sort of mass awareness or awakening? Well, or process, I guess. So I listed the Titanic, JFK, the moon landings, and 9/11. So I'm sure that these are the same things that he must have been referenced to. So I've given it a context as well. And well, yeah, one Titanic, one becoming 2. JFK, the killing of the king. The moon landings, the reconnection between the disparate parts, Mother Earth and Father Sky, the reconnection, right? 3 little sperms, and then 9/11. Yeah. So we had unbirthing of the divided state and the rebirthing then of the unified whole. but there's our full connections anyway. So yeah, I'm going to go myself, Jimbo. I'm going to read a poem before I leave, and since this has occurred since September, isn't it? Let's read it. So thanks very much for tuning in. To squeeze all of that into 15 minutes. But yeah, look, if you haven't considered some of those things, I'd really like you to consider them. And I don't get to talk to anyone about these things as well. So I'd really like some sort of interaction, you know, and everyone has a take on things. And what someone might catch, someone else might miss. And it's only by cooperation that, you know, great progress is facilitated. So I'll say thanks again for tuning in, and until the next time, I'll leave you with a poem called September 1913 by W.B. Yeats. September 1913. Hang on, what am I doing? Oh no, hang on. Hang on. I should read the poem. That's it. Someone turned it into a song, so I didn't want to read the song lyrics. All right. Okay. September 1913 by William Butler Yeats. What need you be, come to sense, but fumble in the greasy till and add the halfpence to the pence, and prayer to shivering prayer, until you have dried the marrow from the bone. For men were born to pray and save, romantic Ireland's dead and gone, it's with O'Leary in the grave. Yet they were of a different kind, the names that stilled your childish play. They have gone about the world like wind, but little time had they to pray, for whom the hangman's rope was spun, and what, God help us, could they save, romantic Ireland's dead and gone, its with O'Leary in the grave. Was it for this the wild geese spread the grey wing upon every tide? For this that all the blood was shed, for this Edmund Fitzgerald died, and Robert Emmet, and Wolfe Tone, all at the delirium of the brave, romantic Ireland's dead and gone, its with O'Leary in the grave. Yet could we turn years again and call those exiled as they were, in all their loneliness and pain, you'd cry, some woman's yellow hair has maddened every mother's son. They weighed so lightly what they gave. But let them be, they're dead and gone, their wit O'Leary in the grave. So thanks again, and good night, friends. I love you, Steve.